Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening. Welcome, 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 welcome. Welcome, YouTube. Welcome, all my peoples. Today's special presentation brought forward, hopefully, in the many discussions that we have as peoples, these factual findings of truth and evidence will shed some light and bring us closer together, like how we need to be as one people. All right, so with that being said, without further ado, we're gonna get into it. And we're gonna talk about Ethiopians and the word Ethiopia and what it was originally referred to, right? Because we're gonna go into we're gonna go into Google and see what Google has to say about Ethiopia, right? And all of that, right? Because we want to know I'm not just talking about the section of Africa that's uncolonized, the last region of Africa that didn't get colonized by the colonizers in the Horn of Africa, nowadays Africa, right? That we know as Africa, which is in the Eastern Hemisphere, right? Wasn't always known as Africa, right? And we're gonna get into why it wasn't always known as Africa, and before it was known as Africa, why it was called Ethiopia. And if Ethiopia was actually referring to a certain landmass or a certain distinct group of people, right? So let's get into, let's see if we could get some screen share going here. We're going, we gon' ride. A lot of new functions here. Come on, computer, don't be lazy. Let's get her going. Let's get it in. Oh, uh-oh. I know what happened there. So for everybody with a King James Bible, we're gonna go over we're gonna refer to the Bible because reason being it's because it's one of the records we have that bear a record, if not the oldest record that we have, that we know that bear a record. So we're gonna go over what the Bible has to say about Ethiopia, right? A bigger brother Kareemio. This is his beat. He usually plays this beat here. This is so we could get into it. Alright. Let's see. Uh-huh. So now we're into ethiopianhistory.com. prehistoric Ethiopia. This period begins with the ancient hominoids and es- extends to the early inhabitants of the pre-Aksumites. They were preceded by Punt. This period also saw the arrival of Geese and Judaism. Okay, so let's ask Google here. Let's see. How many times is Ethiopia mentioned in the Bible? Okay. In the Let's narrow down this search then. Okay. So I asked it how many times it referred to in the Bible. Said 33 times. But I wanted a specific search, so I typed in King James version because um that's a pretty much that's a much more what do you call it? A much more rounded question for the engine, right? Because these engines are very, 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 very specific. So if you notice, I just asked it earlier. I didn't type in the King James. I just asked how many times was Ethiopia mentioned in the Bible, and it said 33 at first on the first result. Now, here's a result here, Ethiopia in the Bible, right? ethiopianhistory.com. This is from asking it how many times is Ethiopia mentioned in the King James version now. And here it gives a little description here under the website. The word Ethiopia appears in the King James Bible version 45 times, which is 9, right? 45 times. When the word Ethiopia is used in the Bible, it most of the time refers to all the land south of Egypt, right? So they're saying it's referring to all of the land that is now known as modern day Africa, right? So how so now we have a more ancient description of the nowadays called so-called landmass known as Africa, right? So give me 1 second, gentlemen and ladies. Yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, here we have a more general description of the landmass today known as Africa, right? That they call Africa, because I really do have problem with the word Africa because it's of early origin. Like it's not of ancient origin, it's of really early origin. So whenever I hear my brothers and sisters refer to themselves as Africans, it really pains me because I know that's not a word that was made up by our ancestors, or that was named by our ancestors. It's a word that was made up by the colonizers, right? Through in colonial times. So Africa pretty much describes the scrambling of that landmass in, I think, 1914, right, when it was divided into 14 different parts for takings, right? So when I refer to Ethiopia, I'm not talking about the last region. I shouldn't say little, I should say the last region, right? Because this is the factual, this is the truthful history. Ethiopia, the present day Ethiopia, that little landmass that they're calling the Horn of Africa, right? Which Ethiopia was the name that was given to the early landmass. We're talking biblical times now, right? But then due to colonism, they colonized all the areas except the one last area, which is still known today as Ethiopia, right? Because it wasn't colonized, the name still remain upon that section of land, upon the whole entire landmass that is known as Africa, where you have these new colonies existing, such as like Ghana and all the rest of them, and you guys know all the right, all the subdivision of the continental landmass and who occupies it. So I don't really have to dive deep into that point to make the point. So Ethiopia, when I refer to Ethiopia, I could me right now, the host of the show, is I could be referring to either the landmass today known as Africa, or the people, a certain distinct group of people, which we're gonna now see that it was so according to the texts. And if you ask which text, we're gonna go into the King James version of the text that I'm trying to refer to, or that I'm going to refer to right now, right? So it says the word Ethiopia appears in the King James Bible version 45 times. When the word Ethiopia is used in the Bible, it, it most of the time refers to all the land south of Egypt. 13, and the name of the second river is Gion, right? So the same that compasseth all the whole land of Ethiopia. So that reference that it's giving you there, verse 13 in the bracket, that's actually a verse that came out of the King James version of the Bible. It actually comes out of Genesis 2nd, actually. So here you have in the second book of the Bible, right? The first reference to Ethiopia being made, right? And it says right here, Genesis 2nd, right? Verse 13. And the second of the river is Gihon. The same is it that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. Okay, so now you have a Bible reference that is referring to Ethiopia as a landmass. And as the previous author stated earlier, that it is pretty much when the Bible makes reference of the Ethiopia, it's referring to all the land south of Egypt, right? And we know Egypt was right up in the north, right up in the north of the landmass. So all the lands south of that would be present day, aka Africa, right? So we're gonna go back up to the top of the page here and just go over some of the references that were being mentioned, right? Some of the references that they referred to Ethiopia in the Bible, because there's 45 of them. So it's quite a number of references if you wanna look at it as being referred, it is highly referred in the Bible, right? So we have Sheba is believed to have been queen of Ethiopia, and it is through her Ethiopian rulers claim royalty. The verses below refer to Sheba's visit to King Solomon in Israel. The tale is retold in the second book of Chronicles 8, verse 18, right? First King 10, chapters 1 through to 13. Chapter 1. And when the queen of Sheba heard of the fame of Solomon concerning the name of the Lord, she came to prove him with hard questions. And she came to Jerusalem with a very great train, with camels that bear spices, and very much gold and precious stones. And when she was come to Solomon, she communed with him of all that was in her heart. And Solomon told her of all her questions. There was not anything hid from the king, which he told her not. And when the queen of Sheba had seen all Solomon's wisdom and the house that he had built, and the meat of his table, and the sitting of his servants, and the attendance of his ministers, and their apparel of his cupbearers, and his ascent, by which he went up unto the house of the Lord. There was no more spirit in her. And she said to the king, it was a true report that I heard in mine own land of thy acts and of thy wisdom, right? So you're talking about established empires here and kingdoms with rulers that existed thousands of years ago, right? And so this is a record of the history of these rulers and noble people and kings, right? And queens. So here it's talking about when King Solomon and Queen of Sheba met, right? And if you guys dive down into it, you guys should know about the history about King Solomon and Queen of Sheba, who started the first communion between two nations, right? And one of the oldest, what should I, dynasty in the world, right? So the word Ethiopia in the Bible, right? The word Ethiopia appears in the King James Version 45 times. When the word Ethiopia is used in the Bible, it's most of the time refers to all of the land of south of Egypt, right? So they're the general description. Genesis 2, and the name of the second river Gihon or Gion, the same is it that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. So we got Numbers 12 right here, right? And it says here, Numbers 12, and it only talks about the first verse in Numbers here, right? And I got a King James Version Bible with me right now. I should read this whole majority of this chapter so you guys could hear what it's really talking about, because it's a really powerful account, right? It is one of the powerful accounts that I use to prove that the Most High is flesh like man, right? Because in this scripture it bears account and a witness account that the Lord is man in flesh as well, right? And who speaks with anointed ones on earth. So in the first verse in the chapter Numbers, right? Chapter 12, verse 1, we have the account right here on Google. And Miriam and Aaron spake against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married, for he had married an Ethiopian woman. So, now it's making reference to a group of people, right? Because for it to say Ethiopian woman, right? It's generally it's pretty much distinctively describing a distinct people, right? So we have an account right there on the screen, Genesis second, right? And these are actual words from the script. If anyone has a King James Bible and needs to follow along, they're more than willing and free to do so, right? To also bear witness and to bear a true account of the teaching right now, right? So I'm a student and I'm learning as well, right? But I learned a lot that I could bring forth to add to all the great teachings that all our great teachers and all the great students have brought forth as well, so we could all compile this pile, right? And so using biblical evidence along with archival and historical evidence and documentation is more than suffice enough to back up a claim, right? Which is my claim. So we have Genesis number 2 here, giving an account in the first book, the second book, well, the second chapter of the first book of the Bible, right? And so we have Numbers 12 bearing another account as well. And I said I wanted to read that chapter in full, right? So, and it says, and Miriam and Aaron spake against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married, for he had married an Ethiopian woman. And they said, had the Lord indeed spoken only by Moses? Hath he not spoken also by us? And the Lord heard it. Now the man Moses was very meek, above all the men which were upon the face of the earth. And the Lord spake suddenly unto Moses, and unto Aaron, and unto Miriam, come out, ye three, unto the tabernacle of the congregation. And they three came out. And the Lord came down in the pillar of the cloud, and stood in the door of the tabernacle, and called Aaron and Miriam. And they both came forth. And he said, hear now my words. If there be a prophet among you, I, the Lord, will make myself known unto him in a vision, and I will speak unto him in a dream. My servant Moses is not so, who is faithful in all mine house. With him will I speak mouth to mouth, even apparently, and not in dark speeches. And the similitude of the Lord shall he behold. Wherefore, then, will ye not be afraid to speak against my servant Moses? And the anger of the Lord was kindled against them, and he departed, and the cloud departed from off the tabernacle. And behold, Miriam became leprous, white as snow. And Aaron looked upon Miriam, and behold, she was leprous. And Aaron said unto Moses, alas, my Lord, I beseech thee, lay not the sin upon us, wherein we have done foolishly, and within we have sinned. Let her not be as one dead, of whom the flesh is half consumed when he cometh out of his mother's womb.
And Moses cried unto the Lord, saying, Heal her now, O Lord, I beseech thee. And the Lord said unto Moses, If her father had put spit in her face, should she not be ashamed 7 days? Let her be shut out from the camp 7 days, and after that let her be received in again. And Miriam was shut out of the camp for 7 days, and the people journeyed not till Miriam was brought in again. And afterwards the people removed from his wrath and pitched in the wilderness of Paran. So that is the chapter. That's what Numbers chapter 12 says in full detail, the whole entire chapter. Okay? So whoever was listening, you could go over and read it again. It got to be an original King James Version Bible and read it. And yeah, there you'll find some jewels, right? So we got an account, Second Kings, right? Chapter 19, verse 9. And when he heard say of Tirhakah, king of Ethiopia, behold, he is come out to fight against thee. He sent messengers again unto Hezekiah, saying, so this was a story about the Lord was gonna a certain king, the Lord was gonna confound him with hearsays of war. And right away the king that was supposed to be confounded, he was told that the king of Ethiopia was going to come out and attack him, but it was just a hearsay that was prophesied that he was going to hear, right? So, but if you guys want to find out about the story, what it's talking about, then you'll have to go and read it. But that's another mention of Ethiopia. So we got Second Chronicles, chapter 12, verse 3 here, with another mention with 1,200 chariots and 60,000 horsemen, right? So three scores meaning like a million, right? Because 1,000 is three scores and three scores is another zeros, right? So 1,200 chariots is we know what 1,200 is, right? And three score thousand horsemen. I forgot what three scores is. It could mean a 10. Like a score could mean 10. So three scores is like 30,000 horsemen, right? Something like that. But and the people were without number and came with him out of Egypt, the Lumbis, the Sukims, and the Ethiopians, right? So this is talking about the story of the people that left with Moses out of Egypt, right? So here's an account of the people who left Egypt, right? From under the rule of the Pharaoh, right? With Moses, right? We have the Lubims, the Sukims, and the who? And the Ethiopians. Okay, we got the Second Chronicle, chapter 13, verse 9. And there came out against them Zerah, the Ethiopian, with a host of 1,000. So a thousand, that sound like a million to me, and 300 chariots, right? And came onto Mersha, right? So that's how powerful of a nation Ethiopia is as a nation, right? And so the Lord smote the Ethiopians before Asa and before Judah, and the Ethiopians fled. And Asa and the people Gira, and the Ethiopians were overthrown, and they could not recover themselves, for they were destroyed before the Lord and before his hosts, and they carried away very much spoil. So we got Second Chronicles here, chapter 16, verse 8. Were not the Ethiopians and Lubims a huge host? with very many chariots and horsemen. Yet because thou didst rely on the Lord, he delivered them into thine hand. Right? So we got Second Chronicles chapter 21. Moreover, the Lord stirred up against Jehoram the spirit of the Philistines and the Arabians, and were near the Ethiopians, right? So we got Esther chapter 1, verse 1. Now it came to pass in the days of Ahasuerus. This is Ahasuerus, which reigned from India even unto Ethiopia, over 107 and 20 provinces. So it's talking about this guy here who reigned in his kingdom, right? From India all the way up to Ethiopia, right? So it's talking about that area of the world in the eastern hemisphere that was being controlled at the time by this king up to Ethiopia, and how many province it was, right? So Esther chapter 8 verse 9, there were the kings scribes called at that time in the third month, that the month Sivan, on the 3 and 20th day thereof. And it was written according to all that Mordecai commanded unto the Jews, and to the lieutenants, and the deputies, and the rulers of the province which are from India unto Ethiopia, right? So it's making, that's the full chapter there. Again, I guess continuation of the chapter, or no, it's actually a different chapter, because this is chapter 1 and this is chapter 8, but it's re-referring to chapter 1 verse 1 here again in these sentences here. Then we have unto every province according to the writing thereof, and unto every people after their language, and to the Jews according to their writing and according to their language. Right? So the Jews had their writings and they had their languages, right? See? And right here it's given an account of provinces. So huge empires, I guess you could call them different states, right? Where you say 120 and 7. So 127, 10. So 127, 127 provinces. That's a lot of provinces if you ask me, right? The topaz. This is Job, chapter 28, verse 19. The topaz of Ethiopia shall not equal it, neither shall it be valued with pure gold. So it's referring to a jewel or a gem, right, of the landmass, right, that is of significant value, that they knew of in their time, that they could say it's an artifact, right? For someone in that time period of Job, because we know Job came before David, right? And that's in the Old Testament, that David, that's like 2,000 years or so, way before Christ, anyways, 2 3,000 years. So we're talking about Job making a mention to a jewel, right, which would have been known in the region to be very valuable, right? And where it was from, and what kind of gemstone it was, right? The topaz, right, of Ethiopia. So he's making reference to an artifact right here that was of very much value, right? And it says Psalm 68, princess shall come out of Egypt, oh princes, sorry, shall come out of Egypt. Ethiopia shall soon stretch out her hands unto God. So here it's making reference to a region of people again, right? Psalms 88. I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, Philistia and Tyre with Ethiopia. This man was born there, right? So we have it's saying that a special person was born in Ethiopia, right? Um Isaiah or somebody special is going to be born out of Ethiopia. If you read the whole Psalms chapter, it'll tell you exactly what it's talking about. So we have a reference here, Isaiah 18. Woe to the land, shadowing with wings, right? Wow. This is a very spiritual and powerful scripture, people. So listen closely, right? Because the eagle and the bear and the dragon, we know who the eagle is, and all our feathers are up, right? Because I'm going somewhere with this, right? If anyone was reading the description of the documentary or the preview, right? I had it in the broadcast that I'd be going over before the Great Divide, right? Because there was a great divide in the land, right? Which caused a drift in the land and a separation, which form today two separate regions of the world, right? So we have in when you talk geographical terms, right? There's only two hemispheres in the world. There's the eastern and the western hemisphere, right? And in both those hemispheres, you'll find the northern and the southern regions of the hemispheres. Okay? So you have North America, South America, which is of the Western Hemisphere people. Okay? And you have Africa, Asia, and Russia and all those European land masses on the east in the Eastern Hemisphere. Okay? And then you have the North and the South that divides the region. So I want everyone to be looking at the map from a hemispheric point of view. Okay? Not a spherical point of view, a hemispherical point of view. So east and west, right? And with the two you could see the north and the south in both regions. So I'm saying all that to say this, that is the great divide, because before that all the land was compiled into one mass, right? So we have evidence of the flood and the geographical outlay of the land, right? Especially according to the imagery, the data imagery that we could get from using towers to 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 kind of give us a grid, or I don't want to say satellite viewing, because it's more of a radio wave grid, that like a radio wave that we see the grid through, right? Through that radio wave that we look at the grid on, you could see the shores of the land, right? And how it forms like a jigsaw puzzle. So you could see that at one point in time, that these land masses were actually connected, right? And this is why you could probably find the same kind of soil in the deserts of America, or in the deserts of South America, as in the deserts in the sub-Saharan region of Ethiopia. or nowadays, aka Africa. Okay? So, with all that being said, Isaiah chapter 18, verse 1. Woe to the land shadowing with wings, which is beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. Right? So we know according to the ancient maps that there was actually a river which widened itself and became the Atlantic Ocean, right? That river that had cut through the whole land mass of the earth, right? And that river turned itself into the Atlantic Ocean and caused the Great Divide. So here Isaiah made mention to the land shadowing with wings, right? So that's a very vivid imagination for you to see, because Isaiah is a prophet that was making prophecies, right, of things to come, right? So he's saying, woe to the lands that, are shadowing with the wings, which is beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. So I'm just like Dane said, I'm just here to make you think, right? Could it be the Eagle Land, right? Could it be the Eagle Land? Could it be our land here in America, right? That we the indigenous ones are indigenous to, that Isaiah was seen a woe unto, right? That were beyond the rivers of the the now known today Africa, which was once Ethiopia. So I hope you guys are following along with me, or yeah, along with me. Don't follow me, move along with me here. So we got Isaiah chapter 20, verse 3. And the Lord said, like as my servant Isaiah had walked naked and barefooted 3 years for a sign and wonder upon Egypt and upon Ethiopia. Right? So Isaiah is talking about himself, that he walked naked and barefoot 3 years for a sign and wonder upon Egypt and upon Ethiopia. So right here in Isaiah 20, it's giving you the whole regional landmass today known as Africa, right? Because the Bible only make reference to Egypt, and then it, everything below Egypt is referred to as Ethiopia. So now it's putting Egypt and Ethiopia in one category. And Isaiah is saying, as a sign, he walked barefooted and naked, as a sign, right? So what was happening with all the tribes in the so-called motherland, right? Because America is a part of the motherland that broke off as well. But what was happening with the tribes when the Europeans came? They were what? They were what? They were what? They were barefooted and naked, right? And Isaiah was saying that was a sign of what was to come, right? A sign and a wonder, because it was once the oldest and greatest empires, right? So for him to walk around naked and barefooted to show everybody that this is what's gonna come, right? And this is in the time of Isaiah, and he's saying it, but nobody ain't listening. Nobody ain't listening. Everybody's just hearing what they want to hear, but nobody ain't listening. So shall the king of Assyria lead away the Egyptian prisoners and the Ethiopians captives, right? So shall the king of Assyria lead away the Egyptians, prisoners, and the Ethiopians, captives. So he's saying that the king of Assyria shall lead away these people as prisoners and as captives, young and old, naked and barefoot, even with their buttocks uncovered, to the shame of who? Egypt, right? The empire that tried to conquer the whole world, right? And they shall be afraid and ashamed of Ethiopia. Their expectations, and of Egypt their glory, right? Isaiah 37, right? This is not my words, this is prophecy. I'm just showing you guys how much of a time the landmass was make reference to in the Bible, right? But the Lord never forsake his people. So this is what we're going to see as a witness to the testimony, right? And we're going to go over some testimonies, right? And witnesses who bear witness to the testimony. So these are very powerful things, because when you have witnesses and testimonies, now we could stand up in court according to law. So Isaiah chapter 37 verse 9, and he heard saying concerning Tirhakah, king of Ethiopia, he is come forth to make war with thee. And when he heard it, he sent messengers to Hezekiah, saying, okay, so that's another reference. Isaiah chapter 43, verse 3, for I am the Lord thy God, the Holy One of Israel, thy Savior. I gave Egypt for thy ransom, Ethiopia and Seba for thee. Right? Isaiah chapter 45. Thus says the Lord, the labor of Egypt and the merchandise of Ethiopia and of the Sabians, men of stature, shall come over unto thee, and they shall be thine. They shall come after thee in chains. They shall come over and they shall fall down unto thee. They shall make supplication unto thee, saying, surely God is in thee, and there is none else, there is no God. Right? Jeremiah chapter 13, verse 23. Can the Ethiopian change his skin, or the leopard his spots? Then may ye also do good that are accustomed to do evil. Wow. So here we got Jeremiah, right? Jeremiah 13, right? Chapter 23, very, very powerful chapter. Can the Ethiopian, so now we're making reference to a person in a region, right? Can the Ethiopian change his skin? So now it's talking about the skin of a people, right? Or the leopards, his spots. So we know there's different kinds of leopards peoples, right? But they all have spots, right? They all have spots, and what are the spots, right? They're darkened, right? So this is proving my point here, that Ethiopia and the Ethiopians, right, are, according to the Bible, are referring to all the people of the region known today as Africa. So why you call yourself African? Why you call yourself African if the Lord had called you Ethiopian? If the Bible had said Ethiopian, then you see African has no claim. So I'm going somewhere with these people because I love my people. Okay? I was once told I'm African, and I love that. I love what it is about myself. I love my melanated being. I love my dark skin, my brown skin, but it ain't black. And this is what I'm getting at too, right? Because black was used to write us out of the history, right? We can't claim black because black has no standing in law. African have no standing in law because it's not even a biblical term. Like under the biblical classifications, we would be classified as Ethiopians, right? And this is according to the Bible. This is not according to me, some YouTuber, the boy trying to tell you or trying to wash your brain. Okay, I'm not trying to wash anybody's brain. I'm trying to, I'm well, I'm doing it. I'm showing you the facts, right? That according to the Bible, Ethiopia is the landmass known today as so-called Africa, right? So therefore, why should you change and why should you throw away your first inheritance for a second inheritance, or for that inheritance that is promised unto you, that is never given unto you? Africa is never given unto us. It's the land of colonization. Ethiopia is our empire. It is the oldest empire on earth, right? And it's a reference to the the melanated skin people, right? So Ethiopian empire was a vast empire. It stretched all across the region of the land of the Western Hemisphere, right? Which is now known as America, right? And I'm gonna use testimonies and documents to back up my claim, right? So I'm getting back to the root of the problem here, right? Getting back to the root so we could get back. Once we get back to the root, we could see where everything is going, right? So can the Ethiopian change his skin? Jeremiah chapter 13 verse 23. Or the leopard his spots, right? Then may ye also do good that are accustomed to evil, right? Because you can't change the color of your skin. No matter how you try, you could, if you're melanated, if you're brown skin, dark brown skin, you could bleach all you want, you can't get white. And if you're light skin, as what they call so-called white, if if you're not so melanated, if you're pale skin, right? You could tan all you want, you're gonna get back pale once you stop tanning. So you can't change your skin, right? And you can't change who you are. Okay? You can't change who you are, right? It's the division that we gotta overcome, right? Because united we stand and divided we fall. In the beginning, we were never divided as peoples. We were one people, right? Till we wanted to call ourselves name and put ourselves in different groups and different categories. Well, this didn't start now. It did not start now. It started from ancient times, right? And I'm going back from the time when we were put in the category as Ethiopians. Okay? So here you go. Jeremiah chapter 8. Now when Ebed Melech, the Ethiopian, one of the eunuchs, which was in the king's house, heard that they had put Jeremiah in dungeon. The king then sitting in the gate of Benjamin. Then the king commanded Ebed Melech the Ethiopian, saying, take from hence 30 men with thee, and take up Jeremiah the prophet out of the dungeon before he die. And Ebed Melech the Ethiopian said unto Jeremiah, put now these old cast clouts and rotten rags under thine armholes, under the cords. And Jeremiah did so. Right? Jeremiah chapter 39, verse 16. Go and speak to Ebed Melech the Ethiopian, saying, thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, right? Behold, I will bring my words upon this city for evil and not for good, and they shall be accomplished, and they shall be accomplished in that day before thee. Jeremiah chapter 46, verse 9. Come up, ye horses, and rage, ye chariots, and let the mighty men come forth, the Ethiopians and the Libyans, right? That handle the shield, and the Lydians that handle and bend the bow, right? So here we're getting another reference, compiling. Here we have the author, right? Because we know sometime in the 1600s. Um, it took 46 English scholars 7 years to translate all the translations of King James translations to come up with the Holy Bible, right? With the 66 books of the Holy Bible, the New and the whole Old Testament, right? So it took 46 English scholars, right? 7 years to translate all the translations of King James. And that was sometime in the 1600s, right? And before it was authorized for publishing by William Shakespeare. So here we have authors making reference, right, to the Ethiopians, right? And no doubt about the fact of the history that it took 46 English scholars to translate what King James had translated. So they were English scholars. Okay? So when I say the authors, those are who I'm referring to. Okay? The authors, the 46 scholars that did the translations of King James, right? So these authors are making reference to the Ethiopians and the Libyans. We know, right, from prior research on documented history that Ethiopia and Libya is the old name, the old names for the continental landmass now known as Africa. Okay? So here we have the scholars telling you right here, and they said Ethiopians and the Libyans. So they put them in the one sentence, meaning that they're one of the same, right? Where there's no exclusion on one, there's the inclusion of all. So right there, it's showing you that they're all included, they're all the same in the one sentence, right? And that is a verse from the 46th chapter of Jeremiah. So here we go, right? Ezekiel chapter 29, right? Verse 10. Behold, therefore I am against thee and against thy rivers, and I will make the land of Egypt utterly waste and desolate, from the tower of Syene even unto the border of Ethiopia. Now, people, I want to ask you people a question. What covers Egypt present day? Is it sand or is it lush vegetation? Okay? Let's ask ourselves honest, truthful questions. Okay? What covers Egypt today? What covers all the great pyramids, right? And and if I were to answer and to be what do you want to call that word? If I want to be whatever you want to call it, to say isn't Egypt a desert, right? Sarcastic, right? So what is a desert? Is it desolate? Is it like a waste? Like a deserted place? Okay. So behold, therefore, okay? Okay? I will make the land of Egypt utterly waste and desolate, from the tower of Syene even unto the border of Ethiopia. So here we have empires raging against empires and telling, and the Lord is making prophecy against empires that once stood, okay, that don't even stand today, right? Okay. Ezekiel chapter 30, verse 4. And the sword shall come upon Egypt, and great pain shall be in Ethiopia, right? When the slain shall fall in Egypt, and they shall take away her multitude, and her foundations shall be broken down. See? So that's what I'm talking about. The very essence of a foundation of an empire, right, was already there. Okay, Ethiopia and Libya and Lydia, right, is all the same land, right? And all the mingled people, right? And Shub and the men of the land that is in league shall fall with them by the sword, right? In that day shall messengers go forth from me in ships to make the careless Ethiopians afraid, and great pain shall come upon them, as in the day of Egypt, right? For lo, it cometh. So here it's making another reference again, right? Talking about right, in the day shall messengers go forth from me in ships to make the careless Ethiopians afraid. So here it's talking about a time after they came out of Egypt, right? Because this would have been in remembrance of them coming out of Egypt. So reason why I stop and interject again is to point out the fact that Ethiopia came out of Egypt. Moses took Ethiopia out of Egypt, the Ethiopians out of Egypt. Okay? What was Ethiopia? According to Wiki, the oldest empire on earth. Okay? The oldest empire on earth, which means it's the first empire on earth, right? So we're talking about a great empire and people of that empire and what and the tribulations that they're gonna face, right? And the things that are gonna happen in the times, right? So I realized over the years, historians totally separated the people, right, from Ethiopia and being Ethiopian. Never ever explained the history and told lies and called us Africans, right? And I'm going somewhere with this because the empire of Ethiopia was so vast. We're talking about an empire that was founded before the Great Divide, right? Or empire stretched along according to the Bible, across the whole of the Western Hemisphere. So I'm gonna go into even further documentations as to where Moses had went, because the people of Ethiopia are the people that had followed Moses as well, right? Because they are part of the people that Moses took out of Egypt that went along with Moses, right? So we can't separate that landmass from the people, and we can't separate them from the kind of people they were, which in biblical days they were known as dark-skinned people. That's why Jeremiah made reference to the Ethiopian changing the color of changing his skin, right? Right? And in earlier reference to the woman that Moses had married who had really dark skin, right? But according to the chapter, Miriam, who is the wife of Aaron, who is the sister-in-law of Moses, because Aaron is the brother of Moses, right? Was struck with leprosy, right? So here we got a we got a fairly tan people, and we got a dark-skinned people, and we got somebody that was considered white, like the day they were just born, that 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 was considered in those times to be leprous. So according to the authors in those times, pale skin was considered to be a deficiency of some sort, right? Deficiency from birth, right? So the Ethiopian woman, right, is the darker skin out of the hue, right? Because it clearly signifies that in the scriptures. And this is why I'm going through the 49 references, right? I'm taking the time to break down that before I get into other documents, right? Because I want to start off with this document, which is used in every single court of law, right? So Ezekiel chapter 38, Persia, Ethiopia, and Libya with them, all of them with the shield and helmet, right? Daniel 11, chapter 11, verse 43. But he shall have power over the treasures of gold and silver and over all the precious things of Egypt, and the Libyans and the Ethiopians shall be at his steps, right? So here it's talking about a king that shall be in power, because Daniel, remember, Daniel is another prophet too that was supposed to prophesy to the king, right? Nebuchadnezzar the king, right? And Daniel told Nebuchadnezzar of the great statue and all the empires of the world that what the great well Nebuchadnezzar had a dream about the great statue made of different metals, precious metals, and the feet were made of clay, and he wanted Daniel to explain the vision. So that's who Daniel is. He's a prophet, right? So he's Daniel is making another prophecy here about a certain king, and you'd have to go into, like I say, into the chapter and read about it, right? Because it's a lengthy verse. We're up to we're up to verse 43 here in the chapter, in the 11th chapter. So yeah, it's lengthy in verses. So I don't want to get into it, but I just want to do a little recap on the story that's being referred to here, right? And so it's talking about in those days a certain king shall come to power, and um the other kings from the north and the south shall overpower him, and it gets into some other detail, but you guys could get into it either later on when you refer to your Bible. So we got Amos 9, right? Amos chapter 9, verse 7. Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel? So here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Hebrew Israelites, here you go. Here you go. Okay? Here you go. Because nowhere in the Bible did it say Jews are Israelites. Okay? Nowhere in the Bible, right? And it never ever said Jews are Ethiopians either, right? But it talked about the children of Israel being alongside with the children, the Ethiopians, right? We have direct correlation every single time, right? In such a way where the authors who tried to separate the narrative couldn't really do so, right? Because how you gonna say that the people that Moses took out of Egypt were all the Israelites, but then you're gonna add in that he took the Ethiopians with him, and at some point of time they're not the same people. They are the same people. Yeah, love my list tongue there, right? So saith the Lord, right? Have not I brought up Israel out of the land of Egypt? That's what I'm talking about. And the Philistines from Kaftor, right? And the Syrians from Ker. Question mark. Okay. Nathaniel chapter 3, verse 9. Ethiopia and Egypt were her strength, and it was infinite. Put and Lubim were thy helpers. So here we got another reference to the greatness of the empires, right? The greatness. Because Egypt is Ethiopia. It is. It is. There's no denying it. It is the same. It's just that Egypt was the upper. the upper part of the crown of that empire. But even you can't even just say the landmass Egypt is the upper part of the crown either, because in here, in nowadays, the little region nowadays that's left, where they say the ark resides. Okay, in Ethiopia, Lalabella was developed way before the pyramids in Egypt and other artifacts in Ethiopia, that in Aksum, that of the obelisk in Aksum, the biggest obelisk in the world, right? That is erected out of stone, out of granite, right? Is in Aksum, Ethiopia. So that predates Egypt by quite a few thousand years. So even the region of Ethiopia, what is now known as the small region, which was once a vast region, now today known as Africa, right? The small horned region still have artifacts, right? And construction that predates Egypt, right? So here we got a reference about the might of their empire, okay, and how it was measured. And here the authors couldn't use a better word to describe it, so they used infinite, infinite, to describe the strength of Ethiopia, okay, right? But the Lord who built them up, right, the Most High, right, the Great Spirit, who we should always have reverence to, right? Because if we get over ourselves, right, and out of ourselves and out of our circle, and I realize that the Great Spirit is the one that connects it all, is who connects us all, is who keeps it all together, that's where we're gonna fall short. You see, we're gods we are gods, yes, but there is the Most High that we have to revere, right? And we can get ahead of ourselves at no given time, right? Because if we do, well, it's going to be checkmate, right? Because there is that higher spirit of the ancestors, that the first ancestral spirit, right? You have to give reverence to the first ancestral spirits, okay? So this is what that's about. This is what the whole world, the whole fight of the whole world is about, right? Because if we don't give, this is what every culture is based upon, the ancestral spirits, okay? The first ones, right? The first two ancestral spirits where man and woman evolved out of, right? So this is where it's at, okay? And we as people have to always remember that as a body, yes, we will wear the crown as one whole body, but under that crown as well, right? So that's just the truth, right? In order for us to see the eternal gift, the infinity, we have to be together in that one mind, in that one state of mind, right? And we have to pay reverence to that 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 spirit, the great spirit that we need to reside in us all, right? To take over our space so that it could only be the great spirit. This is what this is about. This is when you become God, is when you could allow the great spirits to take over the space within you. Okay? So, right? Zeph, right? Ye Ethiopians also, ye shall be slain by my sword. That's a threat by some other people, right? But we know who is Ethiopia. Ethiopia is Israel, is the children of Israel. Okay? From beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, my suppliants, right? So here they're making a reference to the people saying that they supply them, right? Even the daughter of my dispersed shall bring mine offering. So I'm not sure what the whole chapter Zephaniah is. I think is it Zephaniah? What does it stand for? Zeph. Oh, let's see. Zephaniah. That's right. Zephaniah. So I'm not sure what that book is about. I never read it all. So I never read the stories about it, so I don't know exactly what the story is about, right? And first Esderella, Esderella, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it couldn't be Ezra. What does that stand for? Ooh, 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 ooh. Not Ezekiel. Haggai. No. Hosea. I'm not sure, people. Must be added Esther. I think that one's Esther. Yeah, added Esther. Esther. I don't know what SDR is for though. 'Cause that's kind of puzzling me right now, right? I know Esther, which is this one where it says add Esther, Esther, right? And then JDT, I don't know if that's judges, right? So I'm not sure what Esther, this is for Esther, Esther. I'm not sure if these two books are added, SDR and JDT, until ye come unto Tanis and Memphis, and to all the inhabitants of Egypt, until ye come to the borders of Ethiopia, right? Or Jude, judgment. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think, or I know there is a book called Judges, but I'm not sure if that's what it's talking about. Judges 1. ESDR, Esderelda. I don't know if that's ESDR for Esderelda, or it can be Ecclesiastics because that's ECCS. Um, and that's Esther. So yeah, not familiar with this book or this one, but it says, and to all the governors and captains and lieutenants that were under him from India unto, okay, We read that in the first in the earlier on. All right. From beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, we read that one. The copy of the letter was this great King Astur as Artaxerxes Artaxerxes okay, Artaxerxes, the great king. So we got Acts 27. And he arose and went, and behold, a man of Ethiopia, and Enoch, great authority under Candace, queen of the Ethiopians, who had the charge of all her treasure, and had come to Jerusalem to worship. Wow. So there it gives you another queen of Ethiopia, Candace. All right. Mm, not sure how much pages that have, but that should prove my point that Ethiopia is in the Bible, right? Is a reference being made, right, to nowadays Africa, or what is known as Africa, right? So I just wanted to say that the people of Ethiopia, according to the Bible, are the dark skinned people of the world, the brown skinned people of the world, right? And I'm not gonna say black because that's the next thing I'm getting to right now is the derogatory term, right? And the reason why I say it's derogatory, because like I said earlier, I love my people, I love you guys, I love myself, right? I love my melanin. I love my mom. I love all my cousins, all my peoples, all my friends I grew up with. You know, I love you all, man, and I love all other people too, right? But I'm proud of us. I'm proud of us, right? I want us to know, not understand, but comprehend what we say and when we say it and what it means, right? Because we weren't called Ethiopians during this latter part of the history. We're called Negroes, right? It's the same as it's the same meaning for black in English. Negroes is just a Spanish word for black, right? So when I hear people of other ethnicity or other backgrounds calling me black, I feel disrespected. Yeah, because it sounds like Negro to me. It sounds like, hey, Negro, or you're a Negro, right? So yeah, it's offensive and it's derogatory. Why is it derogatory? So we got to get into why is it derogatory, right? And let's get into it then. Let's get into it, right? Because I want to get into it. I want to get into why it's derogatory. And I'm gonna prove to you guys why it's derogatory. Okay? Not going into no dictionary. I'm not going into anything like that. Right? I'm just gonna go into what I'm supposed to go into to prove my point. So I'm gonna present these presents for the presents. Okay? In the present, it's time to present the presents. You know what I want? Yeah. So I wanted to get into some certificates if I could find them right now. Pretty sure I should be able to. So this website's a lot of documentation for stuff to look at. Right. So you see, that's all the results there. And the great thing about that is that you could always find what you're looking for that pertains to the history, right? So I thought this particular documentation, because it's like it's from the mid 1600s to right, we got middle of the 1600s, right? Some of them were even 1600 stuff. So you have an early record of little bit after the first contact, just to see what was going on with a lot of the documentations, right? So got some New Orleans, right? So this is definitely tied to the peoples, right? So let's take the earliest dated ones just to see, right? Because the earlier we go back, we'll find a lot of documentation before they started to change a lot of the formats stuff, right? So I say 52 images from this file. All right, so 1795. So let's load this up here. 28, 1775 or something, or 1795 September. So I do hereby baptize or certify, sorry, I do hereby certify that I have conducted to the consecrated ground in the parish of Kingston, Jamaica, the body of Joseph, uh, what's it say? A Portuguese, right? The body of Joseph, a Portuguese, and there perform the ceremonies according to the rules of the Roman Catholic Church, right? Died in the house of, says he, right? Died in the house of something another Rick, or okay, Richard. Because see the D up top? Richard Martin Anthony Quigley. Okay, and October 6th, right? I do hereby certify that I have attended, administrated, and conducted to the consecrated ground of the parish of Kingston, Jamaica, the dead body of a Spaniard by the name Joseph, and perform the ceremonies according to the rites of the Roman Catholic Church, right? So we got this one here. He wrote it in French. Had a lumines opute sente quatres. I can't I can't read that. Not in French, but I could I see the word native here, right? Native, but like I say, I need some help to read some of these Spanish written documents, because when we get into some more of these, you'll see what I'm talking about. Right? Is the reason why I'm reading these, so you could see descriptions and nationalities, right, of peoples that were residing in the island at the time, right? And even at the time when the so-called Spaniards were overthrown, they were still occupying a lot of the islands, right? A large number of these certificates, right, are for Spaniards, right, or so-called Spaniards and Portuguese, right? So there's a few for the indigenous people as well. and we're gonna get into that documentation and why is it so important why I say what I say to my peoples, and why it's important that my peoples hearken unto my voice, unto the words of my voice, or just suffer. So it's very hard to read, people, so you gotta bear with me sometimes. So this is October 10th, 1795. I do hereby certify that I have conducted to the consecrated ground of the parish of Kingston, Jamaica, the dead body of a Spaniard by the name Joseph, and there perform the ceremonies and rites, right? So it's the same thing. He's gonna write over and over again, but with different names, right? So in this one, he says, I do hereby certify that I have conducted to the consecrated ground, right? Dead body of a Spaniard who died on board a ship and was carried into my house and there performed the ceremonies. Okay, so he died on a ship. This is 1975. 1795, sorry. Right? October 20th, 1795. October, I think that's the same too, 20th or something. It says 21st, or I don't know. So this one's the 20th though. I'll read what it says for the one on the 20th. I do hereby certify that I have conducted to the consecrated ground of the parish of Kingston the dead body of John Blonde, right? And there perform the ceremonies according to the rites of the Roman Catholic Church. So here it says, I do certify that I have conduct. This is we're at the bottom of the page right now with my mouse. I do certify that I have conducted to the consecrated ground of the parish of Kingston, Jamaica, the dead body of Francisco, a Spaniard, and there perform the ceremonies. Okay, so that's the end of that page. Rest in peace. And 1795, I do certify that I attended and conducted to the consecrated ground of the parish of Kingston the dead body of a Spaniard by the name of Dominico, and there performed the ceremonies by the rites of the Roman Catholic Church, right? December 11th, 1795. I do certify that I conducted to the consecrated ground of the parish of Kingston of Jamaica the dead body uh hold on. Of Norshire Pernot or something. Not sure. Pernot. What's that say? Pern Prnot. I'm not sure. Savior. Anyways, let's go to 1796. I do certify that I have attended and conducted to the consecrated ground of the parish of Kingston, Jamaica, the dead body of Antonio, a Spaniard or Portuguese, and there performed the ceremony according to the rites of the Roman Catholic Church. And
He died in the house of Pepe, the Portuguese priest, heard his confession before I admitted him, before I administered him. Okay, I see. So he's saying he died in the house of Pepe, the Portuguese priest, heard his confession before I administered him, right? I do certify that I conducted to the consecrated ground of the parish of Kingston, Jamaica, the dead body of the Didor uh, Karasa Karas. Okay, so of D, is that D Dak? A D Dak, a Karako man. So this is the second time I came across this word Karako. Okay, and I'm trying to I looked it up, right? And I couldn't find out the meaning of it because it didn't show up in any dictionary. I did find two references of a word that was similar, right? And one was right? One was I think the meaning of cocoa. Well, it related to the chocolate plant named cocoa. But caraco, we have to find out the meaning of that word because it's the second document I read that describe a person or the nationality of a person, right? And what I'm trying to get at in these documentations is to show a particular thing, right? And so when I get to the few documentations that show a particular thing, I'll mention what it is. I'm gonna write that word down again. Koraka. Oh, sorry, Korako. So Korako man, and there perform the ceremonies according to the rites of the Roman Catholic Church, right? So we got the next year coming up right now. We're in 1796 because I think that one was 95, or it's probably 96. Look like six more than a five, or corrected from 5 to 6 right here, 1796. So this is January 15th, right? 1796. I do hereby certify that I have attended and conducted to the consecrated ground of the parish of Kingston the dead body of a Spaniard by the name of Gabriel, and there performed the ceremonies according. Right? So why am I pointing these out? Because we got people from Portugal, we got people from Spain so far, right? That are being administered here, and they're being put in their respective categories. So I do certify that I conducted to the consecrated ground of parish of Kingston the dead body of a Spaniard by the name John. He died of a smallpox, right? Of the smallpox in the house of Mr. In the house of Mr. Clerk, the watchmaker. He was a block or Sambo, black or Sambo man,
right? So here you got another term, sambo, they used to use, right? Because nowhere in these documentations I'm finding the word African, right? I don't find any word African that relates to any of our people in any archival documentation whatsoever. Okay? Until the term, the word was made up by eugenicists and colonialists, right? So this is why I have a problem with the referencing for people to say that I'm African just because you're dark skinned, you know, and not knowing the whole, even the biblical history of your people, right? To classify yourself as African, which is a newly constructed word. That's what I'm getting at. It's all love, my people. You know, I love all of you, but we're not gonna stand for what wrote us out of our inheritance in the first place. So this is where I have the problem with the people. And y'all know who you are. You all know who you are. Okay? I don't have to call no names. Because when I pop up on your YouTube channel telling you not to call yourself black or call me black, right? And you get mad and you gotta, oh, the boy, we're gonna get you the fuck out of here because you wanna say black and you wanna downgrade our people and call us black, right? And you take offense when I try to tell the truth about what black really means, right? So that's offensive to me that you can't recognize as a brother or a sister of how derogatory the term black is, okay? And how destructive it has been for us as a people, whether you want to say you came from the land of Ethiopia, right? Or the Western Hemisphere, which is North, Central, and South America that broke off of Ethiopia in the first place, right? It was all our empire. And this is what I'm trying to show, that it wasn't the theft wasn't just on the peoples of America, right? It wasn't just of the dark-skinned peoples of America, right? It was of the dark-skinned peoples of the world, okay? And we resided in the regions that we're still located in today, that we resided in for thousands of years, even according to the biblical history, okay? Even according to the biblical history and all the archaeological history, okay? So we have to stop with the animosity and the hate, okay? If we as a people cannot call ourselves black, okay? Because black means dead by law, okay? And this is what the church used to take away our lands, right? Because I'm trying to prove to you people that empires, dynasties were formed long ago. Law is not a newly established thing, right? So when I say according to ecclesiastical law, right? You guys just have to listen to what I say and go and look it up and do your own research. According to ecclesiastical law, black means dead. So don't be mad when you classify yourself as black and you don't get a standing, okay? Because this is why. And if you would just not be ignorant and just look into yourself, right? Look into yourself and look into the mirror and look upon yourself and realize that only the hairs that's on your body that you could really turn black is if they really take on that shade, right? Or maybe your clothing. But in no form or way is your dark brown skin color black. So how could you look at yourself and see brown and then get mad when we say don't call yourself black? And then turn around and still call yourself black when you know what it means by law. So if you ask me, that's just being ignorant. That's just being illiterate and retarded. because somebody's trying to teach you something, but you're just so ignorant to the fact. You just think that you know everything and you don't need to listen to anything, and what people are saying don't matter. So you people that are pushing this black agenda think that black, calling yourselves black, don't matter, and that somehow you're gonna get a standing, even though we never got a standing over the last 200 years, and it's what wrote us out of history for the last 500 years. But you still want to keep our people down and jump up under the label black, when the Bible don't even call you black, it calls you Ethiopian, and refers to one dynamic group of people that is of the shade, of the hue. So this is the truth, and who don't like it, I know it's gonna hurt. I do hereby certify that I have conducted to the consecrated ground of the parish of Kingston the dead body of a Spaniard named Peter, and there performed the ceremonies according to the rites of the Roman Catholic Church. He died aboard an American, right, ship, Captain Rolando, okay? An American ship, right? Right? An American ship. He died aboard an American ship, right? This is 1796, right? So this is when they're going to the mainland now, and they done chop it up and call it America. Okay? They done called it what they wanted to call it. Okay? From whether it was taken from the old name of what we call the land, right? They already chopped it up and gave it the term America, right? Just like when they were chopping up Ethiopia and gave it the term Africa, right? If it wasn't for a highly Selassie, His Imperial Majesty, Ethiopia would be a colonized region in the landmass today. It would not be the only uncolonized piece of land on that piece of landmass that never had any other ruler than its dynastic rulers. Okay? So these are the things we really need to talk about in history and not overlook them and not act like yeah, I'm a know-it-all. I know everything, and not give credit to who credit is due. Okay, if it wasn't for His Majesty, go and check the history. If it wasn't for Haile Selassie, Italy would have invaded Ethiopia and took it all over, and it would have been Italian colonized right now under fascist government and fascist rule. Okay, so it's the same His Majesty that abolished the League of Nations, right? Which turned into the United Nations today. Okay? And it's the same His Majesty who established abolished the League of Nations and established the United Nations for us to form ourselves under one united nation. So how are we gonna justify the injustice? Whether you want to say the people came from the motherland or they came here to see us. Yeah, they did take people from Ethiopia shores, now called the shores of Africa. They did take people from West Africa that were already there in the sub-Sahara region, right? From time immemorial. They did take some of them and bring them here, but it wasn't a lot. According to the documented history, right? It was not a lot. It does not account for the 300 million of us or more that inhabit America right now, right? And the population of Africa is vast. Of the nowadays now so-called Africa is vast. So I should say the population of the Ethiopian empire or landmass, which is, you know, the west side of Asia, because it is in the Eastern Hemisphere. It is connected to Asia, right? This is facts. This is geological facts. But we occupied that whole landmass according to the biblical history, right? As the Ethiopians, right? And we know how come the people remained over here in North and South America is because it was a branch off after the Great Divide. And not only that, we have records and documentation of testimonies of records, right, that witness bear testimony to that state that the people, the two tribes, the lost tribes from the Tower of Babel, after it was destroyed, came to America, right? And even in the early ADs and the latter BCs, some of the tribes of Israel came to America. So we know we're the first people here, right? If you want to look at it from that time period, or if you want to look at it from the time of Pangea, or from the time before the Great Divide, the Western Hemisphere, the Western side was all ours. It was all ours, according to the scriptures, right? It belonged to the Ethiopian. That's why they call it Ethiopia, because that's what it's famous for. Its people, right? It was the first known empire that linked its people to its land. So yeah, we are the Indians, we are the Aztecs, we are the Mayans, we are the Oltecs, we are the people of the Mississippi. We are all those people, right? A Spaniard, right? Majority of these documents was showing you how these people couldn't handle the weather. Like, coming from a different environment, it was very hard on a lot of people because they couldn't deal with it, right? The dead body of a young Spanish man by the name of Joseph, right? See how much Josephs they had, right? The dead body of Nicholas, a Spaniard who lived with Francisca, right? Uh, See, it says it again, a Karakoa woman. So here we go again. We got to find out the meaning of that word, Karakoa, right? We have to find out the meaning of it. That's what I was talking about. Who's the Karakoa? Who are they referring to? Who's Karakoa? Right? Where is that place from? Who's Karakoa? Because is that a mulatto? Is that a term for a mulatto? Meaning a mixture of Spanish and indigenous inhabitant? Or what? Right? The body of a French man named Mr. Arlo, right? Mr. Arlo, right there, Arlo, right? Frenchman, right? Frenchman. Let me blow it up. Frenchman, right? Okay, moving on. This one's in a different language, so that's where I'll need the backup. Here we got a bunch of D. Lawrence. It did the laws. Okay, D. Laurent. D. Lawrence. I wonder if anybody knows what I'm saying. I know Jamaican people will know what I'm saying, right? But, and a lot of other scholarly people should know what I'm saying when I say D. Lawrence. D. Lawrence.
That's what this signature, this autograph says, D. Laurence, right? But we know what it relates to, D. Laurence or D. Lawrence. So we say it like that, but it's D. Laurence. So 1796, Spanish by the name of Emmanuel, right? Spaniard, right? A man by the name John. So this is just a man. It's no Spaniard. It's just a man. Okay? Body of a man. Man. Right? Can't determine who he is. He's not owned by anybody. He's just a man. Okay? By the name John. Not a Spaniard, not a or okay. He says he was a native of. Okay, so here it gives a description. Sorry, people, because I was just wondering how come it don't describe this person or what or what. Okay, I do certify that I conducted to the consecrated ground of the parish of Kingston, Jamaica, the dead body of a man by the name John, and there performed the ceremonies according to the rites of the Roman Catholic Church. He was a native of Santa Cruz. He died in the house of, right, Mrs. Heyman, next door to Peter Donald, right? East End of Kingston, right? Peter W. Donald. So next door to Peter W. Donald, East End of Kingston. So he's a native of Santa Cruz. So right there, they're saying he was born in Jamaica, right? A native. It could be defining a West Indian in quote unquote those times, 1700 West Indian, or it could be describing like a true native of West India, right? Give me 1 second, people. Let me skip the page and we're gonna take a little break here. Back again. I do certify that I attended, administered, and conducted to the consecrated ground, the parish of Jamaica, Antonio, a Portuguese, right? Right, of a Spaniard, right? Como, como. So, why is this so important again, people? Right? Why is this so important again? If you guys notice, right, that some of these people have last names or what you call the surname, right? And if you notice that majority of the Spaniards don't have surnames, right? Right? Or majority of the natives. And why am I saying this? I'm saying this to prove a point, to prove that the surnames was a later thing that was added. Right? Indigenous peoples of this land before colonizers came didn't have surnames.
So were the indigenous people of Ethiopian landmass didn't have surnames, right? And to be in these lands in the Western Hemisphere at the time of colonization mean to be recorded. It means to be given a name if you didn't have a name or if you didn't um state your name, right? And even after stating your a lot of the times it was susceptible to changes. So why am I saying all of this? Because it's very important. It's very important that you realize that in order to be tied to your ancestors, you have to be tied to their name. And it's very important to realize that we're not stupid people because we spoke a different language and we didn't understand the language that was presented to us in a different form from foreign people. Okay? So this is why we're a victim of this, is because we didn't correspond the language. And with not corresponding the language, how could we know to read a language, to comprehend a language that was never ours? So we wouldn't have had any true grasp on what was written down by who was writing it if we didn't speak these languages. So a Portuguese boy, right? So imagine people coming into your landmass and there's people living there and they call themselves whatever they want to call themselves, but they're asked to record their name in a language that they don't even speak. They don't even understand what you're asking them to do. So now you take the initiative upon yourself to go and record the names of all these people, and then upon doing so you give them whatever name you choose to give them. Now what does that do for the future upcoming generation, right? It totally writes them out of their inheritance, right? A Spaniard by the name of Antonio, he was a native of Carolina, right? Or Catalina. He was a native of Catalina, right? And died in Mr. Pepe's in the house of Mr. Pepe Antonio. Okay? The body of a Spaniard by the name of Joseph. He died in the house of Mr. Pepe, right? Of a Spaniard by the name No Name, right? He died in the house of, right? He didn't put his name in the house of just by the name Marat Marat Maratak Maratakai, right? That was his name, Maratakai. 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 Right? And this one is a Spaniard, John Baptist. Right? That was his name. The body of a Spaniard by the name of John Baptist. Okay. So I go here, right? The body of John Harrington and right, John Harrington and An Irishman. Okay. So he's Harrington, John Harrington, and he's an Irishman and child mate of the ship Lona from Eton or Easter or what's that? Exhorter. What ship is that? Oh, ship Maria. Either ship Maria or Naria from Exter. From Esther or Exter. So he's an Irishman and child mate of the ship. So he was a child mate of the ship. Okay. Exeter, Barry from Cork. Captain Michel, Barry from Cork. Huh. I certify body of an Irishman named John Manley, right? A sailor belonging to the a four of a Fox's ship or aforesaid ship. Okay, aforesaid. This is the D because they just didn't want to write that long word, so they like to shorten it. So here he has afores, AFORES, comma, and the D up on the top for aforesaid ship, which is the same ship, right? So why is this also important again in these notes? Just like Mr. and Mr. Calloway says, okay? Just like Mr. and Mrs. Calloway says. You can't find any record that states slave ship. Okay? You can't find a record. And I've been going through these records. I can't find one that says any of these Spaniards died on any form of slave ship. Okay? Not one. All the ships has names like, the ship Naria from Exeter, right? And we talked about another ship previously, right? And you probably see some more documentations of some other ships and mentions of some other ships, but no mention of no slave ship. It was certified that I conducted, right? Antonio Camel de da Silva or da Saliv. I can't make out that word belonging to the Irish Brigade, right? Belonging to the Irish Brigade. See? So it's saying right here, belonging to the Irish Brigade. So that's another ship or force, army man or soldier right there that died in Kingston, right? And where he um where he belonged to. Yeah, see? Of Anthony Camel, the soldier. That's what this says, soldier belonging to the Irish Brigade. So a soldier belonging to the Irish Brigade. To certify that I conducted to the consecrated ground of the parish of Kingston the dead body of a Spaniard by the name Cananiel or something like that. Oh, Emmanuel. That's a Emanuel. Emmanuel. By the name Emmanuel. Sometimes with the writing and the ink, it's hard to read. But the ink has dried, people. The ink has dried, and you can't wipe this out. Yeah, you could go over and destroy these documents, but it's clearly telling us the truth, right? Because the words, they ain't gonna lie. Okay? Words don't lie. People lie, but words don't lie. Not saying people can't formulate words to make up lie, but you know what I mean? At the time, we couldn't read as a people, so they didn't think we're ever gonna be able to comprehend these documents. That's what I'm trying to state, right? Because we were never allowed to. At first contact, we never knew anything about the language. And for hundreds of years, we never knew anything about the language. And then we were never allowed to learn the language, to read the language. So they never expected us to even be able to comprehend these documentations, much less uncover them and make the sense of them. Like look at this one here. We got what? Probably La Dele, Catholique, so the Severe, Kingston, Tiv. I'm trying to figure out what language is this because sometimes they're in Latin. So they were writing these documents in Latin, some of them in English, some of them in French, some of them in Spanish, knowing very well the indigenous people didn't understand any or comprehend any of these languages, right? Full well, unless you were an intellectual trade person that traveled, right? That's the only way you would be able to understand a lot of the language at the time. But upon first contact, we were writing our own languages. We know how to read our own language. We didn't have the the Latin or the Spanish or the French or the English, right? Which are all derived from the said Latin. So I hope my point is being driven home. Like like the way the freaking bat drive the ball to the home, man, to the grandstand. Is it come for knock it out, knock it home? Is it lick it with flat? So when you guys see what we're talking about, say yo, you can't deny the truth of the fact. Okay, I do certify that I right of Jason Maria Julian, a French officer belonging to the Republican Brigade. Okay? See it right there? Belonging to the Republican Brigade. Who's the Republican Brigade? Right? Who is the Republican Brigade? Taken, right, off his mass ship Alf. Okay? Taken off his mass ship Al I think Alfred. He died in the belonging house of Mr. Gracie, writer in the Matthews Lane. Whoa! You hear that, Jamaica? You hear that, Jamaica? Matthews Lane. Big up all of my Matthews Lane massive. All of my Matthews Lane. All of my Matthews Lane nigga them. You see me? Poopa man. You don't know. Big up all of the Matthews Lane man them. And woman them. 'Cause we say matches lane, burn Babylon like ashes, burn them to ashes, yeah. 'Cause we don't seek no glory nor fame. We tell them this again and again. Down in a Jamaica, Kingston, we just can't tame. And that's how we're gonna make copper rain. Hey, hey. Uh-huh. 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 Well read. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well read. Me sing. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Francisco, according to the rites. Okay, the same morning. Sum of Selm. This is Core Francisco Monk Man or something like that. So we just have a name here, but no description, right? So consecrated the ground to the parish of Kingston, the dead body of Darley Mahoney, lieutenant in the 3rd Regiment of the Irish Brigade. Okay, so he's Darley Mahoney. Okay, third Regiment of the Irish Brigade. Okay, so his war was going in, and they were fighting. Seeing, this is another one, 3rd Regiment Irish Brigade, right? Darley Farley, right? This is a different one, right? He's a quartermaster, right? He's a see, I do certify that I administered and conducted to the consecrated ground of the parish of Kingston, Jamaica, the dead body of Darley Farley or Darley Falvey. Look like Falry to me, but it could be Falvey, quartermaster to the 3rd Regiment Irish Brigade, and perform the ceremonies according to the rites of the Roman Catholic Church. Right? So we got here this one Irish Brigade, the regiment, right? 3rd Regiment Irish Brigade. This is another officer, Mr. Sultan, an officer, right? So here we go. William Laberte, La Li, is that La Liberty or La Laver, I don't know. Laverit, age 18, age 18 or something. Okay. Oh, aged 18 monthly, and they perform. I don't know. Not sure what that last word says. It says aged, look like 18, but I don't know. It says monthly or something like that. Or I don't know. Don't know. And this one's very um okay. It's just taking a little time to clear up, I guess. The Francisco Leo two Spaniards by the name of Antonio and Jose. The former was killed with a dagger by his countryman, whose name was Curvo or Corvo. The latter was aboard Spanish schooners and was brought. The latter was aboard a Spanish schooner and was brought to the house of Mr. Silver. And certified conducted the ground dead body of a Spaniard, right, by the name of Joseph, and they perform. So Spaniard Garper, he died aboard a Spanish. Okay, he died aboard of a Spanish frigate, brigade, no, frigid prose. I'm not sure. He died aboard of a Spanish trichet. Uh, I know that's Proze. It looks like prose. Huh. It still didn't say shave slip. Shave slave ship. Shave slip. Funny. Not shave slip. Slave ship. It still didn't. Slave ship. This one here. Different language. Ari el ile presente avec. That must be French. Avec bonjour. See? Bonjour or bonjour. That's French. Certify Mary and Warren and perform the ceremony. Right? See? And Warren. Right? So we don't have no description of Mary and Warren. Right? A slave child. Huh. I certify that I attend to the consecrated ground of the parish of Kingston of Jamaica, a dead body of John Antonio, slave child, a slave child. So see, John Antonio, right? John, so they named this child John Antonio, okay? A slave child and the property of Mr. Gene Harrison. See? So he is property of Mr. Gene Harrison, right? 1797. A slave child, okay? A property child, right? A property child. Slave, property, a property child, okay? Body of a Spaniard by the name Joseph, right? He died in the house of Mr. Pepe opposite Mr. Silver, right? So there we got the slave boy. And anywhere you see anything about the Negro or the slave, that's what it says. It don't say anything about Africa, it just says the Negro or the slave. What's my point in saying this? That the word Negro means black, right? Which means dead by law, right? Slave, the word slave mean property, right? Because real property was defined as personal property as well in these times. Before recent times nowadays, where there has been a distinction made between real property and personal property, right? Personal property was considered as real property back in these times, 1700s, 1600s. So in those times, when you say somebody is a slave, it meant that they're your personal property, right? Or your private property, but not your land property, right? So it's it's good to take note of that, right? So 6 Demios, September Church. See what I mean? I think this is in Latin, Dominique, but I'm not sure. So we have Quarante, Dore, and Moles. Therefore, humid, severe, present. So we got native, the word native, Marianne, Chatue, Damo, uh, Deme, the Bulls, the Barret, native, the native Ducox, Tiburon, Mosier, Dop, or something like that. Not sure what I was trying to say, if the Marianne is a native or what, but we'll get to the next document. So we got representave. So yeah, not quite comprehending that language, but it has a lot of English words like the word native, right? Which in other languages uses to describe an inhabitant born in the island. But like we say, it might not generally refer to the first inhabitants, but might. So take that into consideration. I wish I had a friend that could read some of these documents, but I'm pretty sure I'll get one of the top researchers here to go over some of these documentations as well in his presentation so that he could further break down a correlation in what's being said, right? Chapelle côté oblique, because these are very important to just get certain words that have been said to prove the points we're trying to make, right? Of Anne Valentine. Okay, so we got here again Anne Valentine, right? But no reference to ethnicity or nationality, right? We got another child here. Rest in peace. I do certify that I attended to the consecrated ground of the parish of Kingston, a female slave child by name Slavia or Naria. Oh, Maria. I hate the way how they write the M's like a S and a L. It just kind of throws you off sometimes. But that's a Maria Louis Louisa, the granddaughter, the granddaughter of right, the granddaughter of Lavi, deceased, and slave belonging to Salisha, right? So they name what they do from the earlier documentations that I presented in the first documentary, what they were doing when they were labeling these children in the baptism. They were giving them names, right? And they would baptize them onto godparents, right? And these parents become the new parents of these childs, these children that were captured after their parents were driven off into the woods from being enslaved or killed, right? And so a lot of the children, right, were being made subjects in this way and form. So yeah, it's not a pretty thing when you realize what was being done and how it was being done. So the female slave child, right, was the name the female slave child or the female or the male slave boy would have got was whatever name was given when the child was being so-called baptized, which was pretty much traded off from one, sold off. That was what was happening in the baptisms, was a selling off, right? Or a trading off. So so how could this affect the culture? How could this affect the body of people? Well, first look at it in a multitude of ways. If you're taking people from the coast of ancient day known Ethiopia, or nowadays known Africa, right? however many, whether it's just a small amount or a large amount, right? You'd be given these people the same labels as you'd be given the ones that you came and saw in the region, where we have many accounts of this, right? We have an astronomical amount of, of accounts that bear witness to the people that were already here, that were known as the indigenous people. But we were all put into one kettle of fish. So, how are we going to differentiate those that came off from across the Atlantic from the ones that were already here when we're once one people? We're the same people. And they knew that, right? They knew that according to the biblical history. So, this is where the confusion comes in with my peoples of not knowing the true history and the whole history. So now the division got us looking in so many different ways other than looking at what's right before our eyes, right? So just as much as the inhabitants here in the Western Hemisphere before the colonizers came after the Great Divide were written out of the history, so were the ones that were taken here. But we cannot separate ourselves as how the colonizers has come to separate us, right? Because when we go back to the biblical history or the biblical account, we were never separated. Or if we were separated under the Ethiopian banner, right? Which was a description for all the dark skinned people, not just some in this region and some in the other region. So we really have to put this in context because what was done to us, right, was being done by the orders of the church. And you people have to see this. You guys have to see it. This is how we were written out of our land. Because if you take the child in a matriarchal system, if you go and you take the children are heirs to the land. And if their parents die, and these new heirs now that you took become children of other parents, this is how come they get the other parents' surname. Now, if the other parents were indebted, now these new children, these godchildren, right, that they just inherited their debt. Well, it so happens that we are the godchildren that were inherited by these new parents, right? And it so happens that these new parents were the ones that has debt. They're the ones that are indebted. They're the ones that are subjected. So now we take these new names that are given to us by our new parents, right? And these new titles and these new terminologies, these new labels, right? African, American Indian, West Indian, Aztec, Mayan, Taino, Arawak, Olmec, right? When that's just a structural divide to divide the mind to further inflict rule, to further control, right? Because that is the ancient that's one of the most ancient tricks in the book. To divide is to conquer. So any other empire that's trying to conquer another empire knows very well once they get the other empire or the enemy or their enemy, their opponent, let's so to speak, right, fighting amongst themselves, there's no way they're going to win the game. And as long as you could keep them fighting amongst themselves and so divided in such a way where they can't work together as a team to keep passing the ball to the next one that's in light of the goal, then this is what happens. This is exactly what happens, right? So the more we divide ourselves and fight about who's from Africa and America and who's Indian and who's more, right? Ain't getting you nowhere, right? Because more Indian, African, none of them don't have a nationality, right? But I bet you under the banner of being Ethiopian would be recognized under any court, in any court, under any jurisdiction, a court, or in any court of law. You know why? Because when you break down the biblical term of Ethiopia and who it relates to, it's irrefutable, right? Along with further biblical testimonies and archival documentations, right? So we know what we're dealing with right now, right? We're still dealing with trying to get back what is rightfully ours, right? Trying to get back our true status, right? So how are we going to get that back as a people if we don't come together? The people in the Western Hemisphere, known as North, South, and Central America, have to realize that we're all one people with one common goal. That is that we all want to achieve, because we all feel the impact that this has on all our lives, right? This is very impacting to us as peoples, right? The desecration of our culture, right? So in order for us to get back to where we're at, we have to look on the whole, right? Look at the world as a whole before it was broken up, and then look at it now split in two. So what do we have? We know the whole of what they're calling nowadays Africa is Ethiopia. So yes, we could firmly stick claim, right, according to the biblical account, upon those lands, right? And another further biblical account, right, which was sworn in by testimony and very much recognized throughout all the organizations of this world, right, as a true testimony. Testify and bears witness that we were the first ones in America. So you cannot refute those testimonies without breaking down certain establishments that were built upon those very foundations, those bases of law that founded those very same principles. Okay? So what am I trying to say here? What am I trying to say? Well, we have testimonies, right, by organizations that were formed based upon those testimonies. Which testimonies? That the records that were found that formed a certain establishment bears witness to the very essence of a people that were here before anyone else. So who are those people that what record are you talking about? Like, what's this guy talking about? Is he crazy? Like, is he just fucking smoking? Is he on one? Is he on 10? Like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, where is he going with all of this? Where is he getting his source from? Where is he getting all this information? Why is he pushing yeah, I know, right? Because I do have my source, and I do have the reason for what I say, why I say what I say, right? because it is the true old world here. You cannot dispute it based upon the archaeological evidence. The pyramids and the Mississippi and the South America attest to this, right? All the geography in the world attests to this, right? So how are you going to refute it, right? When the last piece of the puzzle is going to be put into the picture now for you guys to see, right? So I don't think I got to keep going through the rest of these records without getting a translator for the majority, but I don't think I have to further prove my point, right? Because I know a lot of you people like myself have eyes and ears and will see and hear. So that's very good. We're gonna exit this screen here, right? And I wanted to go to just a little bit of Wikian, right? As I was reading about ecclesiastical organization. So yeah, I was talking about the ecclesiastical law earlier on, and about where the order came from to take away all our lands. So here we got the Spanish and Portuguese empires in the 1790s. So look, see right here, you got blue. Oops, did I blow it up too much? Uh-oh, I didn't mean to do that. So here you got the blue, which is the province of Spain, and then the green represent Portugal. All right. Oh man. So look, you could see Portugal had some, right? They had something going in right down here on Africa on the other side, close to Madagascar, right? And they had some stuff here, right? And right up in the top of what they're calling Africa right now, right? Because you know, right? Remember what the Bible say? Everything below Egypt is Ethiopia, which whereas Egypt right up here, right? And this is the north of Africa. So we know right down here the horn is Ethiopia, or what they're calling Ethiopia now, which used to be this whole thing used to be called Ethiopia, right? So how do I get out of that image? I didn't mean to blow it up that big. Yeah, there we go. So you could see how much areas, right? America Portuguese and Spanish America, America Española. So the Portuguese had this whole, right? Why am I showing this? To show you that the Spanish and the Portuguese already dominated this area and was running a slave trade in the Atlantic from this area here, taking the people, bringing them back around to West Africa and Europe, right? To Spain, right? Bringing them back up into Europe and selling them, right? Even from all the way here, right? They take the people and sell them. See, they pretty much had all the territories up to Louisiana, all the way up to, look, all the way up to Alaska. See? See? All them territories, just not the eastern part of the now what they're calling US, right? So that land broke off the western side, or broke off the whole, right? The Great Divide is what caused this, the separation. But these lands used to be one attached to this land here, right? So this whole South America and this whole North was all one, right? And all the way up, we had those lands were known as Ethiopian lands, right? So this is why I say America is the true Ethiopia, right? Because that's just making reference to it being the Western Hemisphere, which is the only other hemisphere alongside the Eastern Hemisphere, which is known as Asia, right? So if the East is known as Asia, right? This is why I say the Western Hemisphere is Ethiopia, right? Because it belonged to the people of Ethiopia, right? And so you go back to these times here from when the Spanish made contact. You're going to the 1492, right? And we why do I go back over this? Because it's important for you guys to know what was happening when the Spanish had came across these lands. They were half of their empire, over 40% of their empire had indigenous wives that they were breeding, and they called them concubines. Okay? That's one of the documents I didn't find in the marriage certificates, or the baptismal certificates, when they had a concubine listed on it. But when we go over some more of the archive documents, you guys are gonna get to see that, right? So if you want to just read it, you guys could read it, and you'll see all the bombs coming, right? And you'll be able to read between the lines. But if we read a little bit of it, it's not going to tell us much of what we don't already know. Beginning with the 1492 arrival of Christopher Columbus in the Caribbean and the continuing control of the vast territory for over 3 centuries in the Spanish Empire, would expand across Caribbean islands, half of South America, most of Central America, and much of North America, including present-day Mexico, right, Florida, southwestern and Pacific coastal regions, and the United States. It is estimated that during the colonial period, right, 1492 to 1832. 1832 is the date of independence, in the West Indies, right? So they're basing this on like a 330, a 320 5 or 6 year period, right? So 3.25 centuries. A total of 1.86 million Spaniards settled in the Americas, and a further 3.5 million immigrated during the post-colonial era, right? 1850 to 1950. So in 100 years, they're saying double this amount immigrated, right? But a total of 1.86 million Spaniards settled in America between this time period, right? And we know half of them had Taino wives, right? So they weren't at war with the people. They were trying to be friendlies, trying to take over the land through matriarchal principles by marrying in with the woman, right? So they had a strategy going on where they were strategizing, trying to get land through the matriarchy, right? But not knowing that the land holds a allodial title that can't be transferred or sold or anything. This is when they started up with the land allotments, like dividing up the land and all that was probably in this time 18 after the 1830s or early 1800s. They would have figured, oh, let's start dividing up the land, right? When the Brits came in, they would have came in and started to divide up everything like the Bible says, right? So it's saying here how much Spaniards settled and migrated during the period, right? The estimated 250,000 in the 16th century and most during the 18th century, as immigration was encouraged by the new Bourbon dynasty in contrast, right? Because in the 18th century, yeah, they were going on with the eugenics movement and all that kind of stuff, and they limited the amount of people that were coming into America, and also from where they're coming from, because they only wanted pretty much the whitest people to come after the 1800s to like the early 1900s, right? To mid 1900s. That's what was going on, right? So it's talking about a dynasty, right? The the Bourbon, okay? Bourbon. So Barbary or Bourbon, right? And they were a dynasty, right? So that's what I was talking about. The union between King Solomon and Queen of Sheba formed a dynasty, right? And it was a dynasty whoever um, King Solomon's nation was, and whoever Queen of Sheba's nation was, which was Ethiopia. So whoever, when you do the genealogy, right? Because King Solomon is lying in line with King David, right? And we know who David is, right? So that shows you again the two dynasties, right? That merged, that are so intertwined, coming out of Egypt, right? From out of the rule of Pharaoh, right? In contrast, the indigenous population plummeted by an estimated 80% in the first century and a half following the genocide, following Columbus' voyages, primarily through the spread of Afro-Eurasian diseases, right? So Afro-Eurasian, you see what I mean? And when I look at it, this is what it's telling you. The old world, the term old world, Afro-Eurasian, is used commonly in the West to refer to Africa, right? Asia and Europe. Mhm. So why is that so important? Why is that so important? Because they're trying to separate Africa from Asia, saying it's Afro-Eurasian, right? But here, under this context, they can't separate it because the old world was never separated. The old world was just known as the old world, and they were quote unquote coming into the new world, coming into the West. Now look at the shaded areas in green for the old world on my screen. You see what I mean about the Great Divide and from the east and the west? Now you have the northern region of the eastern hemisphere and you have the southern region of it, which is like Australia and Africa and the ocean in between and South America, right? And so on and so forth, right? So that's what I was trying to say, right? And how the eastern hemisphere is different from the Western Hemisphere, and how Africa is a part of the Eastern Hemisphere known as Asia. So, therefore, with me concluding, Africa is Asia. You can't say Africa is not Asia, right? It's a part of Asia, right? It was never known as Africa, it was known as Ethiopia, right? And yes, we did inherit that whole landmass, right? But it wasn't just that landmass. It was due to the fact that America, North, South, and Central was connected to that landmass before the Great Divide, which made it all our empire, right? This was the first empire on earth before the Great Divide, right? And what is now known as the Atlantic Ocean was the river that encompassed Ethiopia, right? The whole land of Ethiopia. So that means that it went through it, right? It encompassed, it compassed, so it went through, right? So when you put the land back together, right, you could see that it was talking about the Bible was talking about the entire land before it was separated, that the river compassed that whole land. So it also made reference to the amount of gold and palladium that is found in these lands, right? Geology and archaeology attest to these facts. You could go on the holdings, right? You could go and look up, right? Who produced the most gold in the world, and you'll see that a combination between nowadays United States, nowadays Canada, nowadays Peru, which is all America, all continental America, adds up to the most amount of gold mined in the whole entire world out of any other country, right? They mine the most gold out of the continental landmass of America still today. Okay? So that is direct evidence, right? In findings that relates to scriptures. Because it don't matter how long and how deep you dig, the gold that's in our lands will never end, right? The gold is littered to the depths. This is the land of gold, the land of milk and honey, the land of promise. So that's what the fuss is about. That's what the takeover is about, right? Man, we're not trying to say we don't want to see peoples in the world. We want to see peoples in the world, but everybody have to acknowledge everyone. And so far as a nation of peoples, of indigenous peoples, we're only being recognized and that's just a small number of us. But there is no acknowledgement. Acknowledgement is lacking on every levels, in every format. And so this is the purpose of these videos. This is the purpose of these documentaries, right? Is for us to gain or acknowledgement, not a recognition, right? Because it's a total different thing in definition. We need our acknowledgement, meaning that you have to know that this we were here first. Once you acknowledge that then we shouldn't have any problems because then we will be all treated equally, right? Like we all should be treated. So no matter what kind of distraction is going on in the world, this virus, this disease, that disease, at the end of the day, truth is truth, right? And right is right, right? And they try to separate it so much. Oh, Africans mixed with indigenous Americans. Now they're called Afro Americans, and it's just hijack after hijack after hijack after hijack after hijack after hijack after hijack. Okay? It's like it never ends, right? And if you can't see through all of this, that everything is divided, right? This is why you have Mexico, Peru. This is why you can't see one entire landmass. And then you can't even see this whole hemisphere, much less to see the other hemisphere, much less to see Pangea, much less to see the land in a whole before the Great Divide. So, where are we now? Definitely not where we should be. Because I'll tell you, the only thing that's gonna help us as one peoples to get through all these atrocities is unity, right? Unity, right? So this is guy claiming possession of the South Sea, the Pacific Ocean, right? Vasco Nunez de Balbo, right? So they were sailing all over the place and claiming this and claiming that, right? Claiming claiming everywhere like there wasn't nobody there, right? So this is what was happening. I wanted to show a picture that relates to what we're talking about with the Spanish having 40% of their population being um married to indigenous women, right? And this is a very important what do you call it? Picture, I would say, because it says 1,000 words, right? I gotta find this picture right here. So everybody knows the movie Hidalgo. That's like a famous movie, right? But I want everybody to check this picture out with me, right? Tell me what you see, right? Who is that? Who is that? Who is that? Hmm. Does that look like a empress? An empress with a parrot? Does she have a parrot right there? Wow. Let's see. Let's see some more because Does she look like she's holding her belly right here? Does she look like she's carrying? Pretty sure she looks like she's carrying. I don't know if any other painter or artist that's a real good one are looking at this right now could see what this artist in this picture is trying to in this portrait is trying to elaborate about this woman. She looks to me as if she's carrying, right? Well, yeah, you could say she's carrying a parrot, but then the way how her hand is banded across her stomach signifies that she's carrying something else, right? Her being behind this Hidalgo shows that she's carrying for him. So when you look at this picture, you don't see no chains, you don't see no ropes, you just see a man and his woman here, right? Going for a stroll, right? Because she's following behind him closely, she's carrying for him. What is she carrying for him? She's carrying a belly for him. Carrying belly. Okay? She's carrying a baby, a belly, a baby. Carrying his baby. Okay? If you can't see that, you're just blind. Because there's no chains here, right? There's no chains, there's no shackles. Look at her foot dress. Look at the way how her sandals are wrapped around her leg. And look at his shoes. Look at his leggings, right? Look at his leggings, right? His knickers. Look at his knickers and look at her skirt, right? And her undershorts and her skin and her footwear. Okay? Look at her complexion. Look at her complexion alongside his complexion. Okay? And look at the parrot. Okay. Now everybody sees what they're looking at, right? He has a sword. He's bearing arms. But she's not his subservient. She's not his subject. Yet she's following closely. So this is what I'm talking about with more than half the population of the Spaniards in America in the Western Hemisphere had Taino or indigenous women as wives. Okay? So now I want you people to look a little bit further and look in the background. Okay? Because this is going to relate to a whole lot, right? Just like Mr. and Mrs. Calloway stated. Let's see, when was this photo taken? When was this photo taken? Hidalgo. I think it was painted in the 1700s. I don't know why I don't have the description of the picture, but I think it's the mid 1700s or around that period of time. And I'm gonna zoom this picture up. And what you guys should look at is that the little canoe, right? Because right now they're right on the shore. Look at the little canoe and look at the sail ship in the back with the three flags. And you tell me if this sail ship, because this is what the Spanish were sailing in on, there's another one between his legs all the way out, right there in the horizon, right? And there's one way out. You tell me if that look like a ship that could carry a bunch of slaves. Does that look like the size of a slave ship? No, because they didn't build their ships any bigger than this. all the way up to the 1800s, the late 1800s, you couldn't have built a bigger ship to carry so many people. That would have been virtually impossible, especially enduring the hardships of going across the ocean in that form of travel was unbearable. Like it's very, to ask of someone to bring people and to take the journey with people under their control, you know, is an unscrupulous thing to do. Like no sailor would really want to com- complete that mission, right? And just given the nature of the Atlantic, like you see the records, how much people were dying on ships from diseases and everything. You see in the records that none of those records talking about ships said anything about slave ships. They were all battalion ships, right? Because ever since the 1400s, right, coming over for 150 years, they're at war. They were at war on the water all the time. Remember, the Spaniards came out of a dying empire that was ravished by the plague. So their numbers were few. Just in Haiti alone, there was 3 million natives, right? So we're talking about the Caribbean having over 10 million people when not even in the course of 300 years, 1.6 million Spaniards came, right? It was only through immigration after when they're able to build bigger ships in the 1800s when double the amount in the 3 point something million came over, because the 1.6 million that came over from 1492 till 1832, half of them were what? Half of them, what did I say? Were married to who? Indigenous women. Who is this woman here? What does she look like? Look at her here. Okay? We're not making these things up. It's not a modern day thing. People realize that we have been lied to on all different levels. And the black woman, right? This is who they call the concubine, because she was never allowed to be married to who? This guy. Because of religious practices and religious differences, right? They were only allowed to mate for what purpose? For the purpose of the baby to be the heir, to take on his surname, so that the allodial title can be transferred from her. Okay? Okay? Okay, family? So we're going to get out of that now. Okay? We're going to get out of that now. Because that's what I was looking for in here pretty much. Right? Shouldn't have to come on here for hours to read to people that already know. I'm pretty sure that the children that have an ear and have eyes, they will see and they will hear and they will put this together. And all who is of a cognizant dissonance or cognitive dissonance, or however you say that, okay, who don't want to accept what is true, okay, then it'll be on to you. But when I put forth my claim, all these facts will be entained and entitled in it, because I know who I am and I know what I'm talking about. I know who my people are, and I love my people. I love my people and I love myself. But the black thing, the black, right? This is where you wear the black to the funeral. The black is what wrote us out of our inheritance, both here in the Western Hemisphere and in the Eastern Hemisphere. Okay? The very fact that we can't get back to the biblical term Ethiopian and didn't even see what His Majesty was trying to demonstrate to our people, that we're coming from a dynasty, and there's laws that has to be upheld, right, and have to be looked at based upon those dynasties that were formed hundreds and hundreds and thousands of years ago, right? So it's not me making this up, because ecclesiastical law acknowledges these facts. So until you guys realize that, when until you step into the right statue, the right stature, the right status, you're going to forever be deemed a shade. Not even a color, a shade. Black, a shade. And that which represents death, not anything good. So don't take it for 1 second, because I have to be stern with the way how I speak to my people. Okay? Because I don't want to hear you guys say it again. Just say it again. Just say it again. Just keep on saying it and watch your demise. Just keep on saying it. Keep on saying you're black and watch your demise. Right? Don't look yourself in the mirror and see the brown on you and come to terms and grips with it. Don't do it. Just keep on being blind. Keep on being unintellectual, illiterate. Because if you're going to turn around and call yourself black, when you look in the mirror, you see brown, right there, it shows a non-intellectual. It's like deaf fucking ears. I'm sorry to swear, but it is. Because if I have to scream and yell for you guys to get it, so here we're going to go into the testimony. Okay? We're going to go into the testimony. And I don't care what you guys think of the testimony. I'm just saying that I'm going into a testimony. What is a testimony? It is a statement made by a person in front of many witnesses that attest to it. And why is that so very important? Because it holds up in front of any body, group, or organization in law. This is why it's so important. Just like how if somebody witness you committing a crime and they testify against you, bearing witness, their testimony is so strong that it convicts you to imprisonment. So when I say we're gonna go over a testimony, this is what I'm talking about. Now, why is this testimony important? Because it involves every single one of us, known as so-called black. Okay? It involves every one of us, the true Ethiopian. Okay? It involves every one of us, the true Israelite. This is why this testimony is so very important. And you know, it might be striking that come knocking at your door all the time and nobody ever take the time to read the testimony. I'm pretty sure people have. But when I say nobody, I'm referring to the masses. Because if the masses had read this testimony and realized that it relate to them, then they would be talking about this testimony. Furthermore, therefore, thus, they would call into question from authorities the validities of these testimonies, right? And if organizations were established based upon these testimonies, then the premise of the testimonies was upheld to be true. Therefore, what does that substitute for a person? It gives you something to rely on when making a claim. For example, if we claim to be the first inhabitants of America, is there any testimony that attests to that? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Is there any testimony that was recognized by the highest orders that attest to that truth? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you that yes, there is. And like I said previously, the testimony comes knocking at your door. Okay? But many choose to ignore, right? And shout out to all the people who, when they watch this video and hear this, they'll be like, that's on point because I know that too. I know that to be true too. So, regardless if the testimony is true or not, it's still a testimony that's upheld to be true and recognized by the highest authority. So, when you go about your life and in the state it's in, right? And after hearing this, if you choose to so ignore, right? Glory be unto you if you listen. But if you choose to so ignore and go about your way in your condition, calling yourself black, woe be unto you. Because anybody that follows you down that road, trying to claim that banner off of people, ain't gonna get far, right? You never got nowhere in 500 years calling yourself black, but we still exist now today. But we never got nowhere calling ourselves Negroes. We never got nowhere calling ourselves what they called us. So why still call yourself what they called you? You don't realize that that is the root of the problem? That is the spell? So this is what we talk about, being up under the spell. Because if you can realize that the very words that you say formulate, then you don't realize the nature of the power of words and how they do spell. So you don't realize and you're going to be oblivious to what's going on around you, right? So don't tell me it's not a spell when you look in the mirror and you see brown skin and then you still try to call yourself and others around you like yourself, your brothers and your sisters, black. That is a spell. Okay? So we got a testimony, right? It's a testimony by the testimony of the prophet Joseph Smith. Okay? And like I say, this testimony was taken to be true, right? So the reason why I'm accepting this testimony is because it pertains to me and my people as being the first ones here. Okay? And whatever power or body that took over the artifacts of this testimony and changed it in whatever form they wanted to, still didn't accomplish what they thought they were set out to accomplish. Still didn't manage to desecrate the people. And as a person with the power and the spirit invested and bestowed within and upon me, I am here to testify and to tell the truth. Okay? And so we see this throughout the times, the persecution of those who tell the truth, right? But if everybody is listening, it just take a little truth to break the curse and break all the lies that's being told. Okay? So this is the testimony of Joseph Smith, the prophet Joseph Smith. The prophet Joseph Smith's own words about the coming forth of the Book of Mormon are: on the evening of the 21st of September, 1823, I betook myself to prayer and supplication to Almighty God. While I was thus in the act of calling upon God, I discovered a light appearing in my room, which continued to increase until the room was lighter than at noonday, which continued to increase until the room was lighter than at noonday, when immediately a personage appeared at my bedside, standing in the air, for his feet did not touch the floor. He had on a loose robe of most exquisite whiteness. It was a whiteness beyond anything earthly I have ever seen, nor do I believe that any earthly thing could be made to appear so exceedingly white and brilliant. His hands were naked, and his arms also a little above the wrist. So also were his feet naked, as were his legs, a little above his ankles. His head and his neck were also bare. I could discover that he had no other clothing on but this robe, and it was open so that I could see into his bosom. Not only was his robe exceedingly white, but his whole personage was glorious beyond description, right? So he's saying that the personage of this angel was glorious, but his robes were exceedingly white, and his countenance truly like lightning. The room was exceedingly light, but not so very bright as immediately around his person. When I first looked upon him, I was afraid, but the fear soon left me. He called me by name and said unto me that he was a messenger sent from the presence of God to me, and that his name was Moroni, that God had a work for me to do, and that my name should be had for good and evil among all nations, kindred, and tongues, and that it should be both good and evil spoken of among all men. He said, there was a book deposited, written upon gold plates, giving an account of the former inhabitants of this continent, right? So he's in Utah right now, and he's speaking about this. This is 1823, right? So he said the angel said to him, there was a book deposited, written upon gold plates, giving an account of the former inhabitants of this continent and the source from whence they sprang. Right? He also said that the fullness of the everlasting gospel was contained in it, right? As delivered by the Savior to the ancient inhabitants. Also, that there were two stones in silver bowls, and these stones fastened to a breastplate constituted what is called the Urim and Thummim, deposited with the plates. And the possession and the use of these stones were what constituted seers in ancient or former times, and that God had prepared them for the purpose of translating the book. Again, he told me that when I got those plates of which he had spoken for the time that they should be obtained was not yet fulfilled. I should not show them to any person, neither the breastplate with the Urim and the Thummim, only to those to whom I should be commanded to show them. If I did, I should be destroyed. While he was conversing with me about the plates, the vision was opened to my mind that I could see the place where the plates were deposited, and that so clearly, distinctly that I knew the place again when I visited it. After this communication, I saw the light in the room began to gather immediately around the person of whom had been speaking to me, and it continued to do so until the room was again left dark, except just around him, when instantly I saw, as it were, a conduit open right up into heaven, and he ascended till he entirely disappeared, and the room was left as it had been before this heavenly light had made its appearance. I lay musing on the singularity of the scene, and marveling greatly at what had been told to me by this extraordinary messenger, when in the midst of my meditation I suddenly discovered that my room was again beginning to get lighted, and in an instant it was where the same heavenly messenger was again by my bedside. He commenced and again related the very same things which he had done at the first visit, without the last variation, which having done with great desolations by famine. Okay, let me start that paragraph over. I think I missed a verse. He commenced and again related the very same things which he had done at his first visit, without the least variation, which having done, he informed me of great judgments which were coming upon the earth, with great desolations and famine, sword and pestilence, and that these grievous judgments would come unto the earth in this generation. Having related these things, he again ascended as he had done before. By this time, so deep were the impressions made on my hand that sleep had fled from my eyes, and I lay overwhelmed in astonishment at what I had both seen and heard. But what was my surprise when I beheld the same messenger at my bedside and heard him rehearse or repeat over again to me the same things as before, and added a caution to me, telling me that Satan would try to tempt me in consequence of indigent circumstances of my father's family, right? To get the plates for the purpose of getting rich. This he forbade me, saying that I must have no other object in view in giving the plates but to glorify God, and must not be influenced by any other motive than that of building his kingdom. Otherwise, I could not get them. After this third visit, he again ascended into the heavens as before, and I was again left to ponder on the strangeness of what I had just experienced. When almost immediately after the heavenly messenger had ascended from me on the third time, the cock crowed, and I found that day was approaching, so that our interviews, excuse me, must have occupied the whole of that night. Period. It's a new paragraph. It will take a second. Yeah, I just had to get a little drink. So, so he's saying after the third visit, right when he got up, the cock crow, and I found that that day was approaching, so that our interviews must have occupied the whole of that night. So pretty much he had the vision the whole night, and then he got up right first thing in the morning. So this is the new paragraph now. It says, I shortly after arose from my bed, and, as usual, went to the necessary labors of the day. But in attempting to work as at other times, I found my strength so exhausted as to render me entirely unable. My father, who was laboring along with me, discovered something to be wrong with me and told me to go home. I started with the intention of going home, but in attempting to cross the fence out of the field where we were, my strength entirely failed me, and I fell helplessly to the ground, and for a time was quite unconscious of anything. The first thing that I can recollect was a voice speaking unto me, calling me by name. I looked up and beheld the same messenger standing over my head, surrounded by light as before. He then again related unto me all that he had related to me the previous night, and commanded me to go to my father and tell him of the vision and the commandments which I had received. I obeyed. I returned to my father in the field, and rehearsed the whole matter to him. He replied to me that it was of God, and told me to go and do as commanded by the messenger. I left the field and went to the place where the messenger had told me the plates were deposited, and owing to the distinctness of the vision which I had concerning it, I knew the place the instant that I arrived there. Convenient to the village of Manchester, Ontario Country, New York, stands a hill of considerable size, and the most elevated of any in the neighborhood. On the west side of this hill, not far from the top, under a stone of considerable size, lay the plates, deposited in a stone box. This stone was thick and rounded in the middle on the upper side, and thinner towards the edges, so that the middle part of it was visible above the ground, but the edge all around was covered with earth. Having removed the earth, I obtained a lever, which I got fixed under the edge of the stone, and with a little exertion raised it up. I looked in, and there indeed did I behold the plates, the Urim and the Thummim, and the breastplate, as stated by the messenger. The box in which they lay was formed by laying stones together in some kind of cement. In the bottom of the box were laid two stones crossway of the box, and these stones lay the plates. On these stones lay the plates, and the other things with them. I made an attempt to take them out, but was forbidden by the messenger, and was again informed that the time for bringing them forth had not yet arrived, neither would it until 4 years from that time. But he told me that I should come to that place precisely in 1 year from the time, and that he would there meet with me, and that I should continue to do so until the time should come for obtaining the plates. Accordingly, as I had been commanded, I went at the end of each year, and at each time I found the same messenger there, and received instructions and intelligence from him at each of our interviews respecting what the Lord was going to do, and how and in what manner his kingdom was to be conducted in the last days. At length, the time arrived for obtaining the plates, the Urim and Thummim, and the breastplates. On the 22nd day of September 1827, having gone as usual at the end of another year to the place where they were deposited, the same heavenly messenger delivered them up to me with this charge, that I should be responsible for them, that if I should let them go carelessly or through any neglect of mine, I should be cut off, but that if I would use all my endeavors to preserve them until he, the messenger, should call for them, they should be protected. I soon found out the reason why I had received such strict charges to keep them safe, and why it was that the messenger had said that when I had done what was required at my hand, he would call for them. For no sooner was it known that I had them than the most strenuous exertions were used to get them from me. Every stratagem that could be invented was resorted to for that purpose. The persecution became more bitter and severe than before, and multitudes were on the alert continually to get them from me if possible. But by the wisdom of God, they remained safe in my hands until I had accomplished by them what was required at my hand. When, according to the arrangements, the messenger called for them, I delivered them up to him, and he has them in his charge until this day, being the second day of May 1838. So that's the second of May 1838 for a more complete account, right? And so it's saying for a more complete account, see the history in the Pearl of the Great Price, right? So in that book, in the Pearl of the Great Price, it has the first and the second book of Moses, that and the books of Enoch that weren't put into the Bible. That's what is contained into the Pearl of Great Price, right? So that's what they call it. It's a collection of the first and second books of Moses, and I think a collection of the books of Adam, and the books of Enoch. So that's That's his testimony, and he didn't finish it, right? So this is his testimony, and this is the testimony of the three witnesses, and this is a testimony of the eight witnesses that said they they witness these these plates, right? These documents, right? So if when you read the introduction, and this is you'll find this in the Book of Mormon. So if any missionaries from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints come pay you guys a visit, just ask them for the Book of Mormon, and they'll give you a copy of the book. So when you read the introduction to the book, it gives a more detailed account of what was written on the plates, right? So I'm not saying this for everybody to be religious or to try to get anybody to join a certain um religious group or anything. I'm just saying this for people to get the truth, to refer to the truth about what I'm talking about, right? To refer to what I'm talking about, to see that what I'm presenting right now is true. So I'm not, because right now I don't have it pulled up on screen. So who knows what I'm reading from? So this is why I'm giving you the source of what I'm reading from, so that you guys could know where I'm getting the source from and what it says. And if you can't find a copy of it online, I'm showing showing you guys another source and another way to obtain the book that has the testimony and bears the record of a testimony. Okay, and according to the introduction of the Book of Mormon, okay, so what I'm taking is the testimony of the person who is making claim to have found what they have found. So I'm taking into account that testimony, right? So that in the latter judgment, I can't deny that I'm one of the persons who bear witness to the testimony. Okay? So in the introduction, I'll just read it because it's very it's just a one-page introduction, and it goes into more detail about the records. So this is what I'm talking about, the true testimony that can be brought before any court, right? Because it's based upon these testimonies that this organization was formed, right? And be it true or not, right? Be it true, then we know we have we have another account, right? So it says the Book of Mormon is a volume of holy scripture comparable to the Bible. It is a record of God's dealing with ancient inhabitants of the Americas and contains the fullness of the everlasting gospel. The book was written in many ancient prophets by the spirit of prophecy and revelation. Their words written on gold plates were quoted and abridged by a prophet historian named Mormon. The record gives an account of two great civilizations. One came from Jerusalem in 600 BC and afterwards separated into two nations known as the Nephites and the Lamanites. Right? So they're saying two civilizations came out of Jerusalem 600 years before Christ, and they came into America, right? So in the next sentence, it says, the other, okay, came much earlier when the Lord confounded the tongues at the Tower of Babel. This group is known as the Jaredites. After thousands of years, all were destroyed except the Lamanites, and they are among the ancestors of the Indians, the American Indians, right? So that is what I wanted to read, is the first paragraph, right? To to just state what it's stating. So it's not coming out of my mouth, okay? It's coming out of the historian's mouth, right? And it's coming out of the ecclesiastical scholars, right? So it's not coming out of me, right? But it's another account that I use to bear witness to my people being here, right? Because I'll read it over. I'll read over the first two chapters of the introduction, the first two paragraphs, right? The Book of Mormon is a volume of holy scriptures, right? Comparable to the Bible. It is a record of God's dealings with ancient inhabitants of Americas, right? It never say north or south or east or central or west. It say Americas. So it's saying that it's an account of the dealings of God with the whole of America, and contains the fullness of the everlasting gospel, right? So it's saying that the book the book is saying that the record gives an account of two civilizations that came out of Jerusalem. One was and and at the time that they came out of Jerusalem, these two great civilizations was around 600 years before Christ, BC. Okay? And they say, and then they're saying that the other civilization, right? So one came 600 BC. The two civilizations, they came from Jerusalem, they're saying, right? And one of them came 600 BC, right? And the other one came way before that, right? Because the first great civilization that came here, according to saying that they're the lost tribes from the Tower of Babel, right? So that's what I'm talking about. So if this book is giving account to the people, right? It's giving account to the people that were here, right? And the plates was when you read further testimonies, you're gonna see where they're saying that these plates somehow belong to Moses, and bear a record of the children of Israel. So that's how I wanted to correlate with Joseph Smith's findings of this record of us, right? Because we know who those civilizations are that came out of Jerusalem, where where they're talking about, right? We know who came out of Egypt, right? It's the same people who came out of Egypt that came out, that came here, right? And if it's the same people that came out of Egypt, well, we know that. We know Ethiopia and Israel are the people that came out of Egypt, right? So what the archaeological evidence is leading up to is that somehow Moses and the people ended up here, right? And before that, there was already people here of a much older civilization, right? That also belonged to the tribes of Israel. So who, however you wanna take that in, you take that in and soak that up, however you wanna sponge that up, because there's a lot of truth in there, right? But then it also bears an account and a record of our people, right? Of the people coming out of Egypt, right? People that were following Moses from Deuteronomy, from, after Numbers, right? Like, there's like Genesis, you got, it's not too far in the Bible there, like, when you want to go to Genesis, right? How does it go? Like, first you got Genesis, then you got Exodus, right? Movements of the people, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. So that's all in time of Moses. When you're talking about Numbers, that's about Moses. You see what I'm saying? Leviticus, the Exodus. Like, you know, we're going back right to the beginning of the text, people. The beginning of the text for you to see the movements of the people, right? And the Exodus, and how you tie in this account with the Bible's account and nail everything and every single coffin shut, right? And you're gonna hit every nail on the head. So that's what the presentation's about, right? And the very word black is derogatory, right? Very racist and derogatory, very demeaning to our people. So I'm gonna stop it here. Yeah, all I know I call we black, wanna stop it. Now make it come out on the mouth, cause cursing the people. You hear me? Curse what? We're only cursing ourselves and our people and our kin and our kind. Okay? Because this is what they used to write us out of history, people. The ink is dried. Okay? So why they tell you the pen is mightier than the sword? And it's coming from the biblical, from bibliosas, right? Because why? Because it's from long time they were using the feather, right? The fountain, the feather pen, the fountain pen, the feather pen. How come you guys don't want to put it together? You wanna stick on little subjects that are gonna keep us divided. Oh, I'm African. We're from Africa. Oh, Africa is the mother of no, it's not. Africa is a new word. Try using Ethiopia and then we could relate. Go through all of that, go through the history and why we shouldn't say Africa, why we should even say Ethiopia, why it makes more of a biblical sense to describe a nation and a people to use Ethiopia. And then after using Ethiopians, right? Let's go back to the first time before the divide. Then we could see how America and what they're calling Africa today, which is old and ancient Ethiopia, is all ours, right? Then we could put in the claim separate. The people that were here on the west, that they came and found could put in the claim for the West. The people that were taken from the East could put in the claim, and the people that still remain in the East could put in the claim. When that's done, we could come together and open our borders to each other. This is our empire. If you want to look at it like that, when they want to break it down, they're going to break it back down to the biblical point of view. So there I have to break it back down to you and show you. So I'm gonna just wrap this up. Cause some people on the tube just upsetting me as my peoples, you know? And then with the embarrassment and the talking down to each other. And I'm gonna get you the fuck out of here off the panel and all this because you don't like to hear when people don't like to be called black. But we're not gonna stop burning this fire till it's all burnt right out. Feel that drum beat. That's what I'm talking about. Feel that. See? Man's have to feel that. Because truth is truth. Yeah, and sometimes it hurt. And all this truth make me angry. It makes me angry. And it make me angry when my people don't see. It make me angry the way how my people react to sense. It make me angry when my people just decide to return to their vomit like a dog. Like the fool returneth to his folly, so does the dog returneth to his vomit. Like, stop it. After you know better, you know better, you know what it means, but you still want to go around the curb. Oh, let's just use black people as a general family for all you people that for disclaimer. We don't mean black as a crayon color. Then stop fucking saying it. Stop fucking saying it. It's just as easy to say you're brown man or you're an indigenous person. It's just as easy. You want to see black? I'll black the fuck out. See? That's when you're going to see black. Telling you, my people, for hearken unto my words. If you don't want to hear, you don't want to hear. Who can't hear will feel. It's full time now for you guys to wake the fuck up. Wake up. Love you, my people. I love you. That's why I'm correcting you. If I didn't love you, I wouldn't give a rat's ass. I wouldn't say a thing. It's just like my child. It's just like any mother or father of a child that loves the child. You're gonna correct that child because you don't want to see any harm to that child. For who the Lord loveth, he correcteth. It's like a father to a son, a mother to a son, a mother to a daughter, father to a daughter. Come on, people. Who called you black? Who told you were black? Where you get the notion black people from? Why you can't see beyond that? There ain't nothing new in this world. Everything is from old. We're going back to old. We're going back to the roots. Real Ethiopian truth. Real cocoa butter mama, real cocoa butter papa. Where you said chocolate man, chocolate woman. What's wrong? I'm proud of that. I love it. But he ain't gonna call me black because I know it's derogatory. It's Negro, nigga. You ain't calling me a nigga. You ain't gonna use another word to call me a nigga. My ancestors ain't niggas. They ain't Negroes. They ain't blacks. They're kings and queens. Kings and queens. Don't put black in front of it. Don't highlight it with black. Love you, my people. It's time to rise up. Let's rise up under one banner. It ain't gonna be black. It can't be black. It ain't recognized. It ain't acknowledged. And it don't define us. Literally. Literally don't define us.
a seeker. I'm my brother's keeper. I'm the seeker healer, the brother's keeper. Mama Amiga. Zime. So we're gonna rise up. Hey hey aya, naya, iya, ya, we aya, iya, naya, mia, maya, my empire. Udea, Udea, when I gone away, when I gone away, Udea, Naya, Neria, Aya, Maya. Gotta give thanks to Mr. Kevin MacLeod. Music by Kevin MacLeod.
https://creativecommons.org/by/licenses/dark fog. My eyes open. Okay. Me tell you say that I open. Wide open. Them not shut again. I know say. We are the real. We are the true successors and the heirs. This is our place, our dynasty. From the inheritance ancestry, dirty Babylon, I can't feel. I open, Jaja make me know wide open. My eyes open, now we are Terraville. Yo, my eyes open, now me a Terraville in a bed. Babylon, yeah. In a this a time of them gon' fail. Fire go burn out. Let me tell you, say the fire go rain. Dirty Babylon, them a go down under, them a. You never want fear, but I know see. So my eyes open. Let me smoke and I'm blessed. Portraits of time. Oh, yeah. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari. Give thanks to the Most High, His Imperial Majesty, for all the great works He did for over a century. The judgment in all the earth. Big up all the roots and the Naya Bingy. We not gonna let go. We're never gonna stray. We're always gonna remain. Cause this a history. Children, open up your eyes and look and you will see. I will make a song out of this a heartbeat. See from me a little boy or grow up on the street. But tell them to Jamaica and J.A. New York and Brampton and T-Dot. Say yeah. And Barry I run it on the track at. This are the medley. Cause this already me it mad. I will me sing portrait of time. Now go let them go. We now go left no one behind. And this is the chant. I will me chant. And we a walk out of Babylon. So me a go tell you this, John Popal. Well, Mr. Pharaoh, you know you're gonna fall. Once upon a time in other land, the Ethiopians, them say Africa for Africans. Well, we say Ethiopia for Ethiopians. Cause Ethiopia where we make we stand. Under one banner, one nation. And make we come together from we avatar. How where them call it? Black skin, man. Yo, me a no slave negro. Tell them me a negus. Me a king. I'm a woman, a queen, and I just saw the thing go. You see me youth, my prince, and my daughter, she a princess. And then Barry, I smoke enough cess. Cause anywhere we go, them say you are the greatest. We not beg nobody nothing. Everything I saw, I feel it. Tell them step all them corners and crevices. See we there, I saw, and I will live. It's an empire where my love, cause I just give praises and thanks to all days. We know so that them can't stop we, no matter what them try, no matter what them do. Babylon them a go die. A judgment in the land. Them say coronavirus a take over, but I don't know if I just the works of Mother Nature or Mother Nature. Tell them everything is written. YouTube a bust it up you now. See now beg nobody nothing where it a go. Tell me you know, people. Listen. Chop up on the radio and all let it go. Hey just saw the damn thing go. Me no black and me no negro. Let me tell you that I'm me a real Indios are indigenous to this land and to mama. And me know so that we are the first son and them can come talk about come off a banana boat, let me tell you. Down there in a dive deep, they on a float, they on a surf over Babylon chout. Them we are the mouth, them we not promote because we know so we not Cub Scout, let me tell you that. Uh-huh. I just saw the damn thing go. Me no black and me no damn negro. Just saw the damn thing go. Me no black and we no damn negroes. Just saw the damn thing go. We no black and we no damn negroes. Just saw the damn thing go. Hear me on YouTube, hear the flow, and me say, damn thing go. I'm in a black, I'm in a damn negro. Me say just saw the damn thing go. Hear me and now. DB, I mash it up and them can't stop my track away. You think bop, 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 bop. If you know when me grow, when me born a beer gunshot, boy. Make me tell you that. In the land of the Taino, the Arawak, we rebellious and we not take no chatter where them boy they want, where them boy they want, where them want get wap wap. I want me tell them that I deep on the track, how we boss it at. Them don't know, say from Kingston to Duffcat, them boy they a go because them drop flat, them can't stop TBI and I don't know. Me just say, I just saw the damn thing go. Whoa, I win a black, I win a damn negro. And me say just saw the damn thing go. YouTube and we a mash it up and take it down slow. And me say just saw the damn thing go. We are rhythm master pan the flower. Me say the damn thing go. How you know about this, man? How you know about? Yo, don't know. Peace and much love, YouTube car. So drop it on the track. Just remember that one at HOTC from top. Just so the damn thing go. Brand new. Copyright. Don't try